Okay, so then Gail handed the torch to me in 2023, and also want to thank her for taking an extra year as director because I had a new child to take care of, and it was a really, really huge just gift to me. So I thank you for that, Gail. And also, a lot has changed, obviously, in 20 years, but we seem to keep finding meaning in what has come before and as knowledge for what will come after. And this is kind of like Clancy's map made with the Segorite Land Trust, and also with the sense that, as you see, Ken started with ATC, History and Theory of New Media came with David. We had a new website eventually, and then Indigenous Tech has been a really central part to what we've gone on to continue to do. And so we've carried forward Gail's brilliant idea with Indigenous Tech with new coordinators like, in this case, Sierra Ed, who was in conversation in this case with the Pulitzer Prize composer and Diné sound artist Raven Chacon. We found new waves of resistance and issues of sonic sovereignty with Christina Lesa and Trevor Reed. But Clancy's map was also a reminder that we wanted to be outside, and we wanted to get BCNM to thrive off campus too. So Alex San Pasquale's Internet Bus Tour has been, I think, the best model yet for taking BCNM on the road with some help from Beth Piatote. And then we had key stops in year 1 and year 2, and hopefully this is going to be an annual event. But key stops with art, with Jill and Ozma's media art interventions, which you see here. And then Alex's investigation of infrastructure, I think this kind of shows how all these things come together. It was inspired in part by Nicole Staroselsky, who at that time initially was at NYU, but is now part of Berkeley and part of the center. And Nicole has come to revolutionize how we teach students about infrastructure. And this summer we'll be launching the Certificate in Global Digital Infrastructure that Nicole has led, and really changing the industry of infrastructure, undersea cables, et cetera, led by Nicole's students and her connects with industry leaders. And then, as Gail said, a lot of hires were initiated or completed during her tenure, and also in some cases completed in the last couple of years. So we're so thrilled that Emma Frazier is now part of the center officially, or has always been part of the center officially, but is now a tenure-track professor at Berkeley. At BCNM and in the Department of Geography. And so while, Nicole and Alex have been studying infrastructure, also Emma's been studying how infrastructure fails, how it falls apart, and studying ruins and gaming. And with Emma and Jacob, we this year had the Games at Berkeley conference in this very room, which was also, connecting with alumni like Alenda Chang, Bo Ruberg, who also showed a games conference that they'd put on earlier, which was really extraordinary, and a lot of other alumni and speakers. And then Hannah Zeben joined us again officially as a member of our faculty in both BCNM and history to remind us that the family is maybe the weirdest infrastructure and media technology yet. And Hannah's first book, The Distance Cure, was kind of the perfect response to, although it was written with incredible anticipation of lockdown. And then her book, Mother Media, is coming out right now, and that's why she's not here with us today. She's on a book tour for that book. And then we're also trying to work through, of course, what AI means for us all right now as it transforms how we write, what we desire, and how we think. And we've been trying to work with both company speakers to come in, industry leaders to come in, and our own faculty to work through these ideas, both in theory and practice. Been thinking about virtual realities, how VR continues to transform what's inside and outside, and obviously how we conceive of images, and how AR can bring Oakland's histories to life in new ways. I thought this slide, let's see if this will go. So this was a visit from Damien McDuffie, who leads Black Terminus AR in Oakland, and another attempt for us to kind of really build connections with the places outside of campus, but that are essential to campus, and thinking again about BCNM not only here within Berkeley, but also as part of the greater Bay Area. And then from the use of hybrid technological visions to make the land back movement more imaginable, which was brought to us with our Harjo and our Indigenous Tech Coordinator, Jesus Nazario's work. We've also moved on to BCM's first community engagement grant, which was given this year to Emma Fraser and Greg Niemeyer, to continue to further water rights with Detroit's We the People. It's going to be a 3-year grant, and they're working closely on issues of policy, on data visualization, and other activism to help the people of Detroit and really provide a model for people all over to think about the ways that water is a human right. And then we've also followed Borderland Sonic Frontiers with Valeria Luiselli, or The Borders of the Human with Mika Cardenas, and then data pushing back against walls of all kind, again, drawing on the past to change the present. We've also, this year, of course, welcomed back our own alumni confronting new media's end times with Trevor Paglin and Ken here on the stage. And we've still found ways to have fun, dancing with Sinmat along the way, hanging out, making arts, watching our creations, and keep growing the BCM community with Raphael and growing it into the future. So thank you all for being here today. Really looking forward to all the panels. And thanks again for everything that you've done for BCM.
All right, next up we have our the first of our 6 panels. We're going to take a short, just 2-minute break to get it set up. If you're staying, please do stay put. We will start presently. You are first. Yeah, I'm going to introduce you in a moment, and then we just get on this. Got yours here, and then I just have one that's a Google Slide, so I'm going to pull it up so I'm ready, and then I'll introduce you. Okay. I got yours here. Okay, that looks good. And then I have the rest. Yeah.
Sometimes people move this, so
Keep it there.
pointing it
Yeah.
at the presenter.
Okay. All right, thank you for waiting. We're now ready. We're now ready to start our first panel. The first panel is called Seeing, Reading, and Feeling with AI, Histories and Aesthetics, thank you, of Algorithmic Media. And I'd like to invite up our first speaker, David Humphrey. David Humphrey is an associate professor of Japanese and Global Studies at Michigan State University, where he serves as director of the Japanese Studies program. He is the author of The Time of Laughter, Comedy, and the Media Cultures of Japan, and his research on Japanese media and digital studies has appeared in journals including Media, Culture and Society, Asiascape, Digital Asias, and the Journal of Japanese Studies. He's currently working on a book manuscript on the intersection of artificial intelligence and media attention in Japan. Please welcome David up to the podium.
All right, thank you for that introduction. So today I'm going to try to, in 15 minutes, go through 55 years of history of expression research in Japan. There's been a long history of it in Japan, but also think about its intersection with human-centered AI. There's also a long history in Japan of sort of touting or pushing, quote-unquote, the human-centered aspects of technology. But also thinking about how it then becomes a sort of wrapping to make these very invasive technologies like expression recognition and also sort of their questionable claims more palatable to the public. So while thinking about that, kind of put forward this claim, a sort of loose claim that there's this layering going on where we see success, and other people have talked about this, even as a visual sort of being evacuated from these technologies. There's this layering going on, the previous layers of visual framing. And so thinking about that at this intersection of human-centered AI, how there's sort of framing of what is appropriate or what is understood to be human expression, and how it's really not opening up the possibilities of the human, as this rhetoric often claims, is often more often circumscribing it. So the idea of human-centered AI has been a popular one in Japan for the last decade. Japan was an early leader in computer vision and AI, but it's seen itself as sort of slipping behind other national competitors, specifically China and the US. And so their idea, and this has been obviously the idea of other people who have brought forward HCAI, their idea has been, well, okay, we're going to use HCAI as our sort of ticket to rebrand our various technological products and exports as a sort of alternative to the Chinese and US models. So for example, in their Society 5.0, which has been the government blueprint for digital technology since 2017, they put the idea of human-centeredness forefront. And also a lot of their AI strategy papers have come out of the government, also sort of foregrounding the idea of a human-centered AI. So for example, in 2019, the Cabinet Office put out a document specifically on human-centered AI. I'm going to speed through a lot of these so we have time to get to the end. But also in their strategy reports, so they put out almost yearly strategy reports about AI. And you can see in this gobbledygook at the bottom, I really had a hard time translating this because there's a lot in there. They're trying to like bring all these different things in from, we're going to have this great regulatory environment that's going to make AI easy to develop, and yet we're going to continue doing the human-centered values thing. There's been a lot of criticism within Japan. I do want to highlight this. For example, the privacy scholar Murataki Kiyoshi, quite rightly in my mind, points to the fact that the sort of slippery term of the human. I think other criticisms of HCAI make similar ones. But he writes that simplistic human centrism brings about a form of thinking that disproportionately emphasizes the benefit of the people that exist within the narrow sphere of one's own awareness, and so leads to things like nationalism and egocentrism. I think we can definitely see that because there's a sort of tech nationalism going on in Japan around these terms. Nonetheless, there's a much longer history as well of touting the sort of humanistic sides of Japanese technology development, that being sort of its edge, going really back into the 20th century. But at the beginning of the 21st century, for example, also Japan trying to ride another tech boom, the ubiquitous computing boom of the early 2000s. The idea of making a more sort of humanistic form of technology was also very big then. For example, this researcher, who was a prominent advocate for UBCOM during this period, really pushing the humanistic aspects of it. But interestingly, then, to bring us back to expression recognition, touting biometrics as the sort of humanistic, what's going to be the sort of humanistic element of ubiquitous computing. Here, thinking about biometrics as a sort of idiom that's going to translate between the technological and the human. Here, thinking more about security applications, but looking at the longer stream of that, you can see then that becomes this foundation for this to legitimize these more invasive surveillance technologies that use things like expression recognition types of computer vision. And so even by the 2010s, you see applications of expression recognition to really sort of monitor. This one's not for monitoring. I'll show some other examples, but monitor and sort of discipline or regulate workers' effective labor or interaction with their work. Here using, this is a much more simple application. This was put out by NEC as part of their larger computer vision suite. This part's called SmileFace. The idea that they would be able to train workers to have better smiles, service workers and whatnot. More recently, Fujitsu has been really sort of pushing for expression recognition. And this is part of their, as I'll show in a second, part of their larger use of computer vision for various surveillance suites. But they've really been investing a lot in expression recognition. One application that they proposed is, again, a very simple one, but also for monitoring workers, an app that could be put on workers' computers and monitor through their laptop camera their degree of concentration through things like line of sight, but also through using their expression recognition technology to supposedly monitor for the correct expressions of concentration. And so again, this is part of their larger work on expression recognition. They're often proud to tout how accurate their expression recognition technology is, and I'll get into a second in problematizing that. But then this is also part of their larger platform that they sell to mostly municipal governments, a lot around Southeast Asia and South Asia, but also retailers for sort of multi-purpose surveillance using their computer vision technology, from standard sort of security applications all the way over to marketing analytics. And so you can see at the far end there what they're probably interested in with expression recognition. Some of it is for anti-theft, and that's what a lot of the talk has been around expression recognition. But also over here with measuring people's, or claiming to quantify people's interaction with visual signage and advertising. Naturally, if anyone's probably looked at expression recognition or heard about it, it's very controversial. It makes very controversial claims. A lot of people rightfully say it's pseudoscience, and a lot has to do with this sort of vague crossover between expression and emotion. Lisa Feldman Barrett, for example, the neuroscience, has been a very vocal opponent of it or critic of it, and rightfully pointing out there's this sort of universalizing claim around a lot of this expression recognition technology, but also sort of easy association between interiority and facial expression. And so companies like Fujitsu seem to be aware of these criticisms, and they want to like toe the line between saying, okay, we're just doing expression recognition and whether we're doing emotion recognition. So they're very, in a lot of the sort of more technical literature, they're very careful to say, okay, we're just doing expression recognition and not emotional recognition. But you can already see here, and I know most people don't speak Japanese, but you see this flow here from saying, oh, we're just doing expression recognition, to the far side where they're claiming to measure emotions as well. The other sort of interesting and sort of questionable and problematic thing that then they're doing is that then they use the Paul Ekman's facial FACS system and the facial action units, which I'll talk about in a second. But it's to then think about this intersection with this rhetoric surrounding the human. you can see then that slip when they move from expression to motion, that then this language of the human starts slipping in. So this is from some more of their sort of public-facing press releases on their expression recognition technology. The earlier part of this document is very sort of trying to claim, oh, we're very objective, we're just using action units. But the latter conclusion then sort of breaks open into this very utopic discussion of the human that's very typical of rhetoric and discourse in Japan surrounding technologies, concluding with that we're aiming for a technology that can understand human psychology deeply, and then we will continue to seek solutions to the world's challenges through approaches that focus on people, such as recognition through recognition technology. But then the question becomes like, what sort of human expression are they looking at? So it's notable then that they're using Paul Ekman's action units, which themselves have been criticized for over-universalizing and not translating well across national boundaries. But this isn't really new in Japan in this types of expression recognition work. There's long been this move to then turn to Western scholarship on expressions and emotions and use that as a sort of baseline for how we're going to study expressions. Japan is also, as it was, I think I noted at the beginning, was understood to be as one of the forerunners in expression recognition. Already in the 1970s is understood to be worldwide one of the first papers speculating on the possibility of using pattern recognition to look at expressions. This was put out by Suamotoi. At this point, not using Ekman's AUs, but using an earlier model from Harold Schlossberg, looking at the various dimensions of the face. But by the 90s, when human expression recognition was really taking off in Japan, as part of the larger boom in human-computer interaction research going on during the decade in Japan, we can already see Ekman's AU sort of slipping in there. This is from a paper by Masai Kenji, who's also seen as a sort of early forerunner in the field. He was one of the first people to design a model that could do pattern recognition on a video feed rather than just using image stills. He too is very careful. I'm just looking at expressions, and he actually kind of adapts Ekman's model. But what's notable about how he does this is, even though it's supposed to be a sort of a natural expression recognition technology, being more in the wild through videos, most of his models that he was using, or his videos were using, were done by hired actors who are performing expressions based on what the assumption of the expression is supposed to look like, right? So there's a sort of circularity going on here. And you see that through all the 90s. I'm just giving one more example here, but it became really big in Japan in the 90s, and then it sort of kind of spread out there from there. But generally using actors who are overacting the expressions, right? And almost giving expressions, I don't want to get too much into, those vagaries of different cultural expressions. Also, expressions are probably not very recognizable to a Japanese audience as the expressions themselves, right? And so then to return in conclusion to the present, I think it's not surprising that you see in a lot of this literature surrounding, especially promotional literature surrounding these technologies in Japan, using Western models is a very typical move. This is from Omron, which is a smaller technology company, has a computer vision platform with expression recognition capabilities built in, using a Western model overacting the emotions. Here, using what Japanese people likely assume Western people look like when performing these emotions. So there's a certain framing here then to kind of wrap things up, going around how the expressions are being performed and understood. So in conclusion, I just want to bring out this quote from Adrienne Mackenzie and Anna Munster. They, I think, very rightly argue that we have moved into a new stage of visual culture, a vision, where vision is, as they say, is more of a new motive in visual perception. And as they argue, the visual itself as a paradigm has been evacuated. And we're not simply using machine vision, but to making operative of the visual by platform themselves. But to that, I would add also, I think James Dobson has a good observation in his discussion of computer vision. There's a layering there of what sort of vision or modes of vision are being brought into these algorithms. And so Dobson's point is that, and this is actually very sort of concrete with how these work, you're always having a layering going on in these computer vision algorithms where the first sort of layer that the images are going through are actually the previous technology. And so he uses that to think about, well, there's actually sort of ideological and discursive layering going on there as well. And so in the examples I briefly talked about today, I think we definitely see that, right, in terms of how these different sort of layers and framings are getting built in, even as the technology has kind of moved beyond the earlier stage we looked at, or even this sort of earlier stage. That sort of actual algorithmic framing is going on, but also that sort of discursive framing is going on in terms of how we understand expression. And what the effects of, and I think I'm out of time, but just really briefly what the effects of then is you have this sort of framing of what is appropriate emotion and how it is appropriate to present expression within certain spaces. All right, thank you.
I'll just introduce you briefly. Okay, our next speaker is Stuart Geiger, who's an assistant professor at the University of California, San Diego, with a primary appointment in the Department of Communication. And I'm going to mispronounce this, Hachiolu. All right, that one. Data Science Institute. Thank you for that. He works on the social, cultural, political, and economic aspects of quantification, data science, automation, and AI, and is focused on the role of AI in the governance and moderation of social media platforms and online communities.
Hey everyone, I'm so glad to be here, and I'm also really glad to share a couple of sort of thoughts and reflections on some of my work that from a very explicitly kind of media studies kind of approach that I titled this kind of talk, How to Read an AI, Close and Distant Readings of Large Language Models. Now I come to this where a lot of my work is in what's often kind of called algorithmic bias or algorithmic fairness. When you hear like those kind of frames, that's a frame that often comes from more computer science and information kind of school type of sort of framing around these problems, or more kind of a positivist social science kind of approach of thinking about, you know, what are the signals that these things are giving us. And I want to note that these has been a mainstream issue well before ChatGPT and large language models. All these headlines are pre-2020 of sort of things where we've delegated some kind of decision-making or advice or scoring system in society to some sort of model based on trained data. And things have gone horribly wrong for all kinds of different reasons. We've had, again, a whole bunch of different books. These are some of my favorite sort of classics of the genre of, again, pre-LLM kind of work on algorithmic bias, algorithms of oppression, automating inequality, weapons of mass destruction, race after technology, where these authors, again, really do, and sort of doing a lot of work kind of neo-lineage and in much debt to the scholars, you know, listed here and much well beyond. And I'll give a quote, too, from Prabhu and Burhane, who say, feeding AI systems on the world's beauty, ugliness, and cruelty, but expecting it to reflect only the beauty is a fantasy. And as our systems have gone from small language models to larger and larger language models, and more of the digitized text that can be scraped is embedded into these models, we're seeing more and more of the ugliness and of society being, being reflected in these. We can see sort of things where these are things being deployed right now. If you, especially, are applying for an entry-level job, you may have to sort of record a 30-second video of yourself, which will then be put into a model, and then a whole bunch of psychometric profiles will be inferred from a 30-second video about you. Psychological constructs that you talk to mainstream psychologists, and they'll say that these are things that actually don't make much sense as psychological constructs even, or have been debunked in terms of personality types, but it's still being reified through data models. This is also one of the classic cases from this, the machine bias article. This is from ProPublica's investigation of the Compass algorithm. Are people familiar with this? I'm kind of curious where this travels and where it doesn't. So this is a system, again, a product that was sold to municipalities, to court systems, as part of an entire kind of suite of information management sort of systems, also would be able to give these risk scores. So this is for someone who is arrested, not been tried by a jury of their peers. They may have 6 or 12 months until the trial, and the judge has to make a decision: do I hold that person in jail or let them go free to their home until the trial happens? A big decision, right? And what this Compass was actually just a fancy linear regression, or actually kind of 3 linear regressions stacked on top of each other behind a trench coat. And it was kind of a line of best fit, really, for biographical details that correlated with arrest data, right? Number of past arrests correlates, whether you have a job or not correlates, whether or not you're going to be arrested in the future, whether you grew up in foster care correlates with whether or not, who gets arrested in the future. And what Compass did is sort of said, okay, let's put all those big data lake, put all those data points from all the government sources into a big data lake, and then let's use that to try to predict future criminals, automatically kind of collapsing all of these as legitimate predictors. And it turns out if you do this, right, because of inequalities in society, it ends up being racially discriminatory. I'll note that computer scientists and many others, myself included, spent years debating this, years debating just a linear regression, much less a more complex large language model. And so there's a whole bunch of different things that I kind of do that kind of fits uneasily, I think, in this more computer science, data science approach that is taken not just by academics, but also by industry to try to kind of solve this problem. A lot of the things like PricewaterhouseCoopers or KPMG, a lot of the consulting groups, a lot of the insurance companies are very much getting into this as ways to sort of be able to determine, okay, if we deploy a large language model or a small language model or a linear regression to make decisions, is that going to be, can we have some sort of test that is going to tell us, okay, your model is racist or your model is not racist, right? Your model is sexist, your model is not sexist. And I think I became a little bit uneasy around this, and of course there's lots of different ways we can quantify these. I'm not expecting you to kind of understand this. This is the more statistical, computer science-y, data science-y way of approaching it. Not very much a media studies way of approaching it so far, right? We have things like there's a famous tutorial about these 21 different definitions of fairness that computer scientists have come up with when they try to formally specify, right, these moral values. A term like fairness that has so many different meanings and complexities, right? There's a whole bunch of different ways you can write an equation that you then label fairness, and they have different implications of them. And I got this email, right, from Mistral AI, or as part of the newsletter, a whole bunch of just kind of normal stuff that an AI company would inform their customers or clients on. And I noticed this one little thing that kind of came in here one day, which is that safety is key to making AI ubiquitous. And I realized that a lot of the work that I was doing in this space, right, to define these tests, these evaluations, these things that we can put an AI model through the ringer to see, are they discriminatory on the basis of something like race, gender, sexual orientation, things we don't want anyone or thing to be discriminatory against. How those were actually functioning in society, functioning in this economy, functioning in this sort of political economic system, was as a thing that could be automatically deployed, and then if we passes these tests, then we can deploy AI everywhere. Then it can become ubiquitous. But we just need a little bit of safeguards. And the number of companies and funding agencies and the Department of Defense that was willing to write me very large checks if I just tell them that I'm on my way to giving them a single test that they can use, just be super confident, yes, my model is racist, no, my model is not racist. There's a lot of those, right? But this is actually a very when I put on my media studies hat, right, this actually becomes and I try to diagnose this as a broader problem of representation, right? We can see where this actually comes up a bit short and maybe leads us to take a different kind of path. Right, and so one of the things, so the quotes, I'm going to show just some things from media studies that I think there's a kind of famous book, How to Read a Film, right? And one of the kind of things that we sort of look at when we look at sort of media, both in terms of content as well as in terms of form, right, is that I like this sort of quote from Kristen Metz, like a film is difficult to explain because it's easy to understand. I said that true about the output of a large language model like ChatGPT. It's so hard to explain because it's easy to just read that text in the way that, actually, I was so glad to see, in the first presentation, the, two of the speakers, right, did the trick, right, that we often do, is we show the zoomed in shot and then we take a step back to reveal that this is actually a process of creation and mediation, that there's a human hand that holds the camera, that sets up the mise en scène, that edits it, that choreographs it, that depicts it that there's creativity here, but there also can be, propaganda there. There can be misrepresentation. There can be all these different ways that we think about these things as mediating artifacts, right? What if we sort of instead, take from less from kind of the more computer science or economics kind of perspective or quantitative political science perspective, right? And instead think of these things as mediating. How does that kind of shift the way that we do this kind of work? So again, I would say data models are lenses, and we don't want to stick to this, too heavily as a metaphor. Again, it's a metaphor and not, a schema for this. But a camera captures the real world, but of course no one should believe that everything they see on a moving image screen is real. Same way that, there might be something that's some signal that gets captured that a large language model is using as input or that it's telling you about, but that doesn't mean in the same way that you wouldn't just believe anything that comes off of a camera lens is real. You also shouldn't believe anything that comes out of a large language model is real. Similar kinds of ways that we have of studying the choices made in constructing a mise en scène, in the choices of cinematography, of editing, of acting, right? And we also recognize there's different genres and epistemic commitments, right? A documentary film crew from like a large or a journalistic film crew from a large, traditional media organization is going to approach their lens differently than a surrealist filmmaker, than a Hollywood blockbuster filmmaker, right? And these are different kinds of choices. These things aren't just one thing. They are part of a broad family, a whole architect of technologies. And so we can see for the Compass example about trying to predict who's going to be a future criminal. What that does is it kind of sets up a mise en scène that says historical government administrative data, taken as correct and legitimate, are useful things to be able to predict, right, based on then a little survey questionnaire that the arrested person or their caseworker kind of fills out that goes into this model, then, turns this linear regression, then turns that into something that appears on a judge's screen that says this person is likely to be a future criminal. Right, we can sort of take this as a lens. It sort of it unpacks it in a much different way. I'm going to skip forward over time. I did a lot of work when I was here as a PhD student and postdoc on Wikipedia, on its content moderation, and on particularly these sort of set of models that I was involved with for content moderation called ORS, that included having a lot of people, who are Wikipedian editors, reviewing changes that people have made to Wikipedia as good faith or not good faith, as damaging or not damaging, as biased or not biased, as accurate or inaccurate. And from that, right, it kind of then, takes a sort of lens, and there's certain things that we've kind of assumed to be legitimate that then get refracted into an evaluation of a human being. And there's a lot of ways in which these systems sort of were done sort of well, in which the camera was a good camera, and other ways in which it actually, a lot of initial versions weren't that great. That actually led to a lot more aggressiveness among the content moderators, a lot of what we call their autoimmune disorder, where people started to reject so many new contributors because they had spelling mistakes in there, or punctuation mistakes, or grammar mistakes. They were trying to do a good job, but they just got something a little wrong, and eventually got banned from being able to edit Wikipedia because of it. So I also take inspiration, again, this idea of data as lenses is not new in any way. I actually really like poetically kind of how Ted Chiang in his New Yorker article talks about ChatGPT and in this kind of visual metaphor as lenses as well as a kind of blurry JPEG of the web, as something that has compressed the web into something that when actually you ask a query, what you're doing is you're sort of asking it to sort of pull from a very lossy data set. And so what I wanted to kind of do is with that metaphor, take a lot of the standard methods that's used in sort of quantitative, more economics, political science, kind of computer science approaches to bias that are very quantitative, and to kind of think about that from a more kind of, media studies kind of angle. So one of the things, for example, I'm going to do a little, how many people have heard of this thing this week? Losing money costs you nothing. this meme that has, so there was a conservative podcaster this week who went on a whole segment who suddenly became very zen after the market crashed due to Trump's tariffs, and kind of said, yeah, losing money cost you nothing, and kind of was widely mocked on kind of social media for that. You put that quote into DuckDuckGo, and what you kind of get is this idea losing money is often viewed as a temporary setback, right? Many people believe that the experience of losing money can even build character and resilience. And what this model is doing, actually, is it's pulling from the top-rated result that its search engine does, which is a thing from MediaMatters.org, which if you're a savvy consumer of media, you know that MediaMatters.org is a progressive, left-leaning media commentary and watchdog organization. What they basically did is, for their readers, all they felt they needed to do was put up the transcript. There's no commentary from Media Matters on this page. It's just the raw transcript of this commentator making a claim that's very contradictory to a lot of the things that he has previously claimed in the past. And when we take it from this sort of lens view, what we kind of see is that what the DuckDuckGo summary large language model is doing, right, is it's kind of casting this thing in a way where, because of how, and again, in the same way that it's good to know a little bit about the Hollywood studio system if you're going to do film criticism, it's good to know about how journalists or organizations work if you're going to do news criticism. It's good to know a little bit about how these things work behind the scenes, but you don't have to have full access to be able to look through how one podcaster's summary got turned into many believe, right, that no, it's one person, right, who said this and got elevated. So another kind of way that these sort of things do, that a lot of the sort of, my slides are a lot of order, sorry about this, but we also do a lot of work in what are these kind of controlled experiments. They were doing these in the 1960s and 70s just with paper and sort of sending identical resumes to people, but changing the names to ones that signify race or gender. And you kind of see if they're identical resumes and Jamal Jackson doesn't get selected while Greg Becker does, that's clear cases of bias. And so I do a lot of this work, for example, of large language models, where I'm asking it, for example, as a paper with some of our undergrad students, on asking an AI ChatGPT for salary negotiation advice. You say, hey, I'm about to get hired at Google. I have a bachelor's degree in computer science, or major from school, and here are my pronouns as well. And we kind of systematically vary it. We ask millions of times. And we actually kind of see you get different results, right, by the pronoun that you use and the school that you sort of say. Berkeley comes up pretty high on the top. UC San Diego is somewhere in the sort of middle here for GPT 3.5. We look at GPT-4, right? UC San Diego, we're at the bottom of 50 schools, right, next to Riverside and below University of Phoenix Online. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, right? Just above you guys at Berkeley, right? So when we think about this, and again, this is another one where we're looking at 40 different models by major, right? And if you ask it, for the same kind of entry-level manager position, but requires expertise in data science versus black studies, right? You see very different salary offers that when you ask it to act as an HR officer, right? And sort of give a salary offer to a candidate with these kinds of conditions. Now, if I was into statistics or computer science or fairness kind of thing, I would be talking about p-values and multiple comparisons and hierarchical Bayesian data models for extracting treatment effects on counterfactuals. But instead, what I want to sort of leave you with instead is sort of more actually a kind of thing where, again, if we're going to do a media analysis of this, if anyone's watching The White Lotus, right, it's one of these things this season. Duke University plays a very particular role, and the show is very much a commentary on status and prestige and universities and things like that. And so when we ask it, for example, to the man is a patriarch of a rich and powerful family from location. He works in industry where he's a well-respected leader. All the men in his family are legacies. What university did he attend? GPT-4o gives us, right, different kind of examples depending on this. And if we even change, right, we hold constant the American South and he works in finance, these different models also are kind of giving us different answers, right? They're refracting different understandings of university prestige as they come in. Some say Duke, some say University of Virginia, some say Harvard, right? And so I invite us to think about these large language models not just, from a position of, using the kind of traditional toolkit of bias and fairness, but also ways in which that sort of really leverage this focus on these things as lenses that we can sort of hold and shape and, really we have to keep the sort of agency of humanity sort of in view rather than sort of treating these things and taking for granted their view of being just sort of artificial agents that we're trying to interpret or look inside the black box. Thank you very much.
just introduce you briefly. All right, our next speaker is Casey Forcier. She's an assistant professor in the Department of English at the University of Illinois, Chicago, an interdisciplinary media theorist. She researches and teaches on the visual culture of the digital age. Her first book project, The Infinite Aesthetic, analyzes iteration and endlessness in digital media and art from the 60s to today as it intersects with expansionist logics of new modes of capitalism.
Hello, everyone. I'm so excited to be here today. BCNM was a really special place to me when I was at Berkeley. I made some very important friendships, and some of the best mentorship that I had during my time in grad school was through BCNM, so I'm so grateful to be a part of this community still. So the speculative thoughts of my title both pertains to the fact that this is, these are some tentative connections I'm surfacing, so be gentle in your critiques, but also because I'm interested in speculative finance and its relationship to art, specifically art about new technologies. So this is an excerpt from a piece called Unsupervised: Machine Hallucinations, MoMA Fluid Dreams, a moving image installation by the artist Rafiq Anadol, which was prominently displayed at the New York MoMA from November 2022 to October 2023, so for almost a whole year. Undulating splashes of opaque liquid surge upwards and outwards, threatening to spill beyond the boundaries of the towering screen. The abstract animation seems to move in every direction at once, the pattern randomized and unpredictable, while subtly constantly mutating is hypnotic. Spatially, the animation moves outward towards the boundaries of the image. Temporally, it moves outwards as well. Its continuousness and pulsating nonlinear mutations are unbounded. So this particular animation is one of 3 that comprise the installation. Each is an ongoing abstract animation produced by machine learning, unfolding in real time. The work, we are told, is produced by prompting machine learning algorithms, in this case DCGAN, PGAN, and StyleGAN algorithms, to produce abstract images based on hundreds of thousands of pieces of metadata from the MoMA's collection. Anadol uses unsupervised machine learning to produce hallucinations, or he sometimes calls them dreams or speculations, based on the spaces between data groupings in the MoMA archive. So I was initially interested in this artwork because of its open-ended and ongoing duration. So my research is centered on what I see as a new genre of moving images that emerges with computation. Algorithmically generated moving image streams that are iterative and ongoing, that give the impression of being endless. My contention is that if moving images of prior eras were bounded and discrete, so either typified by something like the singular film text or the segmented series of television programming, in the digital age, we're frequently confronted with moving images that are presented in seemingly boundless forms. So endless moving images include ambient screensavers and background animations, the endless scroll of social media, shopping apps, and search results. There's a few examples here. So my research looks at the material histories of these endless moving images, what I call the infinite aesthetic of digital culture. And I argue that this mode of presenting moving images is deeply imbricated with the emergence of digital capitalism and new modes of exploiting time in the 21st century. As a couple of examples, the animated screensaver of the 1980s and 90s is caught up with the transforming neoliberal workplace and the emergence of 24/7 information networks. Screensavers accompanied the practice of leaving the personal computer on at all hours. The screensaver made it possible to never have to power down your computer. It could be left on, always ready to access the network for work, commerce, or communications. And in this way, the distinctions between the workday and nighttime continue to erode. In the early 2000s, The infinite scroll of search results and the social media news feeds are crucial to the shift from Web 2.0, in which the internet was characterized as a medium of distinct pages and lists, and by the temporality of the day. So you might think of the weblog as recounting what happened that day as exemplary of this period of the internet, to the attention economy of touchscreen mobile computing, with social media and mobile platforms structured around a much more dynamic and fluid stream of images and information. Endlessness in the mobile computing era is inextricable from the ways in which platforms monetize data and information from user attention. So I went to the MoMA to think about the recent influx of attention to machine learning, to think about where the infinite aesthetic had ended up today, and what the newest forms of endless images might be able to tell us about capitalist expansionism's latest horizons. My thinking went, if the infinite image is related to the emergence of neoliberal 24/7 networked capitalism in the 80s and 90s, and to the platform capitalism of the mid-aughts, what now? What next? Can the endlessness of this popular installation at one of the most trafficked museums in the world tell us something interesting about digital capitalism in the 2020s? Unsupervised has a lot in common with the ongoing image streams I've studied. Abstraction, iterativeness, the use of an algorithm to produce a randomized pattern that, while remaining within certain parameters, never exactly repeats. Randomness produces a particularly mesmerizing effect, which is not lost on the rhetoric of these images. Screensavers, for example, were frequently described as hypnotic and entrancing. They were said to have a calming effect. One user described watching his screensaver as akin to taking a cigarette break, so a cigarette break for your brain. Screensavers were compared to a lava lamp or an aquarium, and unsupervised was also likened to a lava lamp, and to a screensaver for that matter. The piece has been described as, and these are quotes from criticism about the piece, it's been described as drugged out, a bad trip, or blunt force psychedelia. Unsupervised stream of abstractions directly calls back to the psychedelic aesthetic of the 60s and 70s, which frequently invoked repetition, permutation, and iteration of shapes. So these are just a few examples I'll share with you. Most of them are just directly from Masters and Houston's book about psychedelic art from the late 1960s. I'm sure you're very familiar with these sort of cliches of psychedelic art. They do tend to be very iterative, things like Mandelbrot sets. Here we have slide projectors from Don Snyder and a piece from Edward Randell, which I thought particularly reminded me of the Rafiq Anadol piece. James Whitney is obviously a big part of this, some mandalas and more iterative shapes. So this aesthetic is rooted in the Bay Area counterculture, a place where art, technology, and psychedelics frequently intersected through institutions like Ken Kesey's Trips Festival and the National Center for Experiments in Television. The rhetoric surrounding both psychedelics and new media in the 60s and 70s emphasized their role in expanding perception, producing new sensory experiences, and creative stimulation. The McLuhan-esque cybernetic rhetoric about new media expanding perceptual and cognitive faculties circulated widely in contemporary art through texts such as Gene Youngblood's Expanded Cinema and popular discourses such as this Life magazine cover story, which features an image from artist Richard Aldcroft's Infinity projector. Masters and Houston describe Aldcroft's work in terms that emphasize its hypnotic qualities. And I'll just read part of this quote. They write, "The non-repetitive experiential flow is intended to suggest the infinity of mind. In these hypnoid states, suggestibility is heightened, with the result that the beauty of the experience is enhanced. Unlike a motion picture, these projections have no beginning and no end. This electronic playing on the human nervous system is not without dangers. As techniques are perfected, what is certainly a major art form of the future could emerge just as well as a brainwashing nightmare." So So this phrase, brainwashing nightmare, really stood out to me. And I honestly just came across this quote when I was looking for images for these slides. But it stood out to me. And I'm a little hesitant because I know that talking about psychedelics and mind control is veering a little bit into paranoid territory. But it echoed so much with something else that I've been reading recently, which is Susan Buck-Morss's Aesthetics and Anesthetics. In this essay, Buck-Morss rereads Walter Benjamin's work of art essay, particularly its somewhat enigmatic final passage about the aesthetics of fascism. I was kind of surprised to discover that while Buck-Morss's essay, which is about photography, film, and fascism, the majority of it is actually a literal history of anesthesia. She observes that anesthetic and psychoactive drugs became medicalized and normalized in Western science in the 19th century as a response to industrialized modernity. Cocaine, ether, opium, and other drugs and treatments, such as hypnotherapy and electric shock, were used to treat the wide-scale disintegration of the body and mind by modern stimulants. The visual pleasures of modern life, the World's Fairs, the cinema, she argues, similarly played an anesthetizing role for the modern subject. She writes, phantasmagorias are techno-aesthetics. The goal is manipulation of the synesthetic system by control of environmental stimuli. It has the effect of anesthetizing the organism not through numbing, but through flooding the senses. These simulated sensoria alter consciousness, much like a drug, but they do so through sensory distraction rather than chemical alteration. Sensory addiction to a compensatory reality becomes a means of social control. So, sensory distraction from overwhelming modern stimulus brought me back to unsupervised. Installation views of the piece at MoMA show users seated on cubes in front of the massive screen, relaxing after a busy day at a hectic museum, either gazing at the screen or, it seems more likely, at their phones. It's unsurprising that in an age of anxiety, our moving image culture is soothing, perhaps mind-numbing. So the endlessness of unsupervised is vapid but soothing. Perhaps numbing in an invidious way, according to Buck-Morss, who links the anesthetizing properties of modernity's aesthetics to the rise of fascism. But what is one being anesthetized to here? What is hidden behind the endless permutations of unsupervised, which grabs our attention, but not so much our minds? Unsupervised is perhaps bad art. It's been roundly criticized for being merely decorative, for translating, quote, 200 years of art in the MoMA's collection into an extremely intelligent lava lamp. It's also been critiqued for the way in which it glorifies American technological superiority. R.H. Lawson points out that Anadol has chosen to render his artwork in the style of abstract expressionism, a movement with strong ties to American imperialism after World War II. He writes, quote, Abex was, like the United States, large, masculine, and active. It also refused to disclose any meaning beyond its simple paint-spattered presence. In other words, it made a monument of the vapid superficiality ascribed to American culture by its detractors. End quote. In the same way that Abex was exported globally as a demonstration of American cultural superiority in the Cold War, the contemporary high-tech media art exemplified by unsupervised legitimates certain tech-driven discourses today. Unsupervised is part of a huge explosion in art produced with and about so-called AI in the last 5 years or so. AI is here, we are told, and we must figure out what it means. But what if it isn't? I imagine this is not really news to most of us here by now, but it seems rather clear that the AI speculative bubble will be the next after crypto and the metaverse to bust. According to a much discussed report from Goldman Sachs last year, generative AI can, quote, answer questions, create images, and write code, but do these relatively modest applications justify the enormous valuation of these companies? Unsupervised was made with the assistance of engineers at the chip manufacturer NVIDIA, a major player in the industry which has no doubt benefited from its ongoing collaborations with Anadol's high-profile installations. And Rafiq Anadol has a piece now at the Sphere in Las Vegas, and he also has a piece at the United Nations. So it continues to circulate. We seem to be locked in shortening hype cycles around speculative tech, with artists left with few sources of government or individual support for their work, enlisted by tech companies in a sort of art washing. I had the cynical realization recently while attending a day-long AI symposium at my home institution of the University of Illinois, Chicago, that all of these AI artworks at major museums and AI panels at academic conferences are perhaps doing some work on behalf of speculative finance. They cast AI as powerful, interesting, inevitable, animate, certainly more worthy of analysis than a technology whose main application seems to be faster emails and less accurate Google results. A popular blog post by writer and engineer Venkatesh Rao describes AI in the context of art as a camera, not an engine. For Rao, this phrase is mostly useful in that it reframes the "but is it art?" question with recourse to another already resolved debate about automation and art production, the photographic camera. Image generators using deep learning are typically called engines, a metaphor of industrial production. So for Rao, AI is not an engine churning out bad art, but a camera, a mechanical tool that is used creatively in the hands of the artist, no differently than a paintbrush is a tool. Rao's phrase inverts the title of Donald Mackenzie's 2006 book describing financialization, An Engine, Not a Camera. And Mackenzie's book is actually itself an inversion of a phrase from Milton Friedman. So we have this sort of mise en abîme of engines and cameras here. Mackenzie argues that Milton Friedman is wrong, that the stock market is not a reflection of reality, but rather a driver of it. Venkatesh Rao might be right that in the context of art making, AI can be considered as analogous to a camera, but I would suggest that AI in the hands of the artist is also an engine, and that it contributes to financial speculation around new technologies, inflating the perceived value of companies like NVIDIA. The work performed by unsupervised and the very debate as to whether it is art, whether it is interesting or bad or boring or groovy, is that it is convincing us that contemporary financial markets are based on something real, on the next new technology, on the endless march of progress. And so I'm going to leave it there with that speculative conclusion, and just two final items from my recent excavations that seemed relevant. One is the Merry Pranksters bus, Ken Casey's group, which was emblazoned with the word "further." I actually came across this while researching an AI art project, a car that drove across the country using sensors and artificial intelligence to produce an AI-written novel that was also had the word "further" emblazoned on the front of it. And then this quote from Mark Andreessen's Techno-Optimist Manifesto. I think both of these suggest something about American capitalist expansionism and the celebration of progress and growth as an inherent good. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to welcome our final panelist up, Kayla Van Kooten. She's a PhD student in the Department of German, DE in New Media, and Dutch. Her research revolves around the intersection of Orientalism and technology in Germany, particularly through digital media and translation.
Thank you for that introduction. Today, I'm going to talk about Talehons. What are Talehons? Talehon was the runner-up for the 2024 German Youth Word of the Year, an annual competition put on by the Langenscheidt Publishing House. The word Talehon comes from the Arabic word Talhon, meaning let's go, and originates from a song by German rapper Hassan, but has now come to refer to a stereotype for working-class teenagers who wear fake designer clothes, hang out aimlessly in city centers and train stations, and are likely from immigrant families. This word gained popularity as a trend on TikTok during the summer of 2024. Initially a playful and ironic self-fashioning, the trend was left its original echo chamber and took on a life of its own. Parodies of people dressing in an overly exaggerated Talahon style and mocking behavior, curated reels of viral Talahon videos, and videos of various locations, often ethnically marked or marked by social class, labeled as places without Talahon's greater than sign. This is the original video that started the viral trend, which I'll play now. Or not. Okay. Should I try this?
Allah'ın ich geb dir echt, ich bin der Patron.
Okay. Okay. There we go.
Allah'ın ich geb dir echt, ich bin der Patron. تعال لهون, du machst mir Rede, du sagst mir Pardon. تعال لهون, ich geb dir echt, ich bin der Patron.
I feel like you all get the gist. That's the song that was from the German rapper Hassan. And as you see here, with the other memes, there's a beach, places without Talahon, there's a farm, places without Talahons, and then there's the German Schützenfest or Marksmanfest, places without Talahons. So, at its peak, this trend culminated in the viral song Verknallten einen Talahon, which after its TikTok debut entered the German music charts as a response to these memes. The term Talahon, however, has not escaped criticism. Many people have campaigned against the word, arguing that it is a racist equivalent to a more established slurs in Germany used to describe working-class people from Southeastern Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. They claim that the term stereotypes and further prejudices against people in Germany with a migration background and became a term that has yet to be stigmatized, has become a socially acceptable way for others to express racist stereotypes. This trend lends itself to established scholarship on digital racism and Orientalism. With rapidly advancing technology, such as, but not limited to, artificial intelligence, much scholarship has been done by scholars such as Lisa Nakamura, Ruha Benjamin, Wendy Chung, and Safia Noble. In addition, the trope of the Oriental automata is a familiar one in the German literary and cultural imagination, most famously the Mechanical Turk. I argue that 1, the Talahon trend is a new addition to a longer cultural dialectic of technology and Orientalism in Germany, and 2, that it can be analyzed through the lens of existing scholarship on race and technology. In this talk, I will discuss techno-Orientalism as a term, and then discuss the history of Oriental automata, and finally discuss Talahons as my case study. In my analysis of Talahons, I draw on the idea of techno-Orientalism, particularly the edited volume Techno-Orientalism, Imagined Asia in Speculative Fiction, History, and Media by David S. Roth, Betsy Huang, and Greta A. New, which also has a chapter from BCNM's very own Abigail de Kosnik. This chapter takes on the topic of the representation of the non-Western other through the framework of digital Orientalism, and focuses on the hyper-technological representations of East Asia in literary, cinematic, and cultural works. As argued in their introduction, the techno-Orientalist imagination originates from the view of the Asian body as a form of expendable technology, and the idea of a prevailing sense of inhumanity of Asian labor, the very antithesis of Western liberal humanism, and claim that China is the screen on which the West projects its fear of being colonized, mechanized, and instrumentalized in its own pursuit of technological dominance. In thinking alongside techno-Orientalism, I argue that historically, Western European epistemology equated the Middle East with machinery and automata. In this way, the imagined Middle Easterner is the screen on which German-speaking Europe projected its fears of colonization and being mechanized. I further propose a cultural dialectic between the rise of technology and the rise of German Orientalism, and how the interaction between the cultural other and the technological other in German cultural imagination produces another unique kind of cultural alterity. The history of automata and technology is deeply connected to the Middle East. Much of scientific scholarship reached German-speaking Europe by way of Islamic Spain and the Toledo School of Translators, and ideas of automata during the Middle Ages were well known in intellectual circles and literary accounts from the Byzantine Empire and stories of medieval robots brought to Europe by way of the Crusades. Ismail al-Jazari, a Muslim scholar, inventor, and engineer, has been described as the father of robotics and modern-day engineering. He is also, fun fact, credited with inventing the first humanoid automaton. While there is a number of examples of Middle Eastern automata in German literature, I'm pretty sure everyone here is familiar with the example of the Mechanical Turk, a chess-playing automaton built and unveiled in the 1970s by Wolfgang von Kempelen. Simon Schaefer was the first one of the scholars to discuss the role of the Mechanical Turk's Oriental appearance. Between intelligent Oriental appearance, oh, I lost my place. There we go. And speculated about the possibility of a long-term political and aesthetic relationship between intelligent automata and Orientalism. This is furthered by Bernard Gegen's analysis in his paper, Orientalism in Informatics, Alterity from the Chess-Playing Turk to Amazon's Mechanical Turk, where he argues that Kempelen's chess-playing automaton not only staged some kind of Ottoman or Eastern difference in stark and exaggerated terms, but that its staging easily transmitted to a subsequent generations of more standard Orientalist and racist tropes, possibly inaugurating the techno-Orientalism crucial to 20th and 21st century science fiction. In what genealogy of Orientalism, then, does the chess-playing Turk figure? End quote. Is the figure of the Talahon just the newest example in a longer genealogy of German techno-Orientalism? In a dissertation that focuses on the origins of Oriental appearance of automata, Aytan Atesh lays out the epistemological origins of Oriental automata, arguing that ever since the introduction of water clocks and other mechanical devices from the Middle East, the European conception of Oriental automata during the Middle Period up until the early modernity functioned as a civilizational other by combining the unknown world of automata with the unknown world of the Oriental. Medieval Christian theology took advantage of this association of the Orient with automata as a way to symbolically disprove Islam by claiming both the religion and its adherents were prey to the mindless mechanical world of gears. Thus, both Muslims and machines were perceived to be mindlessly docile and obedient, as theologians at the time considered Muslims to be strict followers of their religious code, so much so that they were machine-like. Later, the idea of automaton was a serious challenge to European Enlightenment values of human agency, but also served as a useful tool for constructing arguments related to mechanistic conceptions of the body, as it delegated this contentious role to an Oriental figure. The Oriental automaton, through its association with liminal spaces and experience, conveyed surveillance, discipline, and enforcement on the limits of morality. The liminality of the automata created a buffer zone against the risk associated with the idea of the man-machine that the Enlightenment humanoid automata performed. This idea, supported by Edward Said's claim that constructing an Oriental subject that could be a free subject of thought or action, was crucial to European Orientalism. Thus, Oriental automata dually performed the perceived docility for the Western subject in the Oriental image and cast the Oriental subject outside the norms of being human by their association with the world of machines. Now let's get back to TikTok and Talahons. Similarly to the Mechanical Turk, the trope of the Talahon hinges on its exaggerated appearance, no longer long robes and turbans, but tracksuits, sneakers, and designer brands. The outfits of the Talahon are racially coded and associated with those in the German-speaking countries as having a working-class migration background, in addition to engaging in what is perceived as antisocial and aggressive behavior. Right now I'm thinking of one of the talks earlier that I think you mentioned tracksuits being one of the AI-generated ways to see if someone was going to be a criminal. This word, in addition to the associated appearance and behaviors, has become a site of criticism in Germany by activists, but also by its use by right-wing groups in Germany as a way to criticize both the young people and migration in Germany more broadly. This trend, like the Mechanical Turk, was sensationalized by the German public and engaged all sorts of viewers and participants alike. Cultural stereotypes about migrants in Germany duly played into this viral hype around the Talahons, which then in turn solidified the image of the imagined migrant figure in the eyes of an impressionable public. Additionally, the Talahon figure, like the figure of the Oriental automata, is portrayed to be a mindless, conforming person incapable of forming thoughts and opinions of their own. They spawn at train stations and move through life in an automated and uncritical manner, an NPC, if you will. This rise in Talahons as a viral trend culminated in the AI-generated song for Verknallt in einen Talahon, produced by Austrian producer Butterbro. This song, after going viral, On TikTok, entered the German single music charts on August 9th at 48th place, between Beyoncé's Texas Hold'em at 47th place and Taylor Swift's Cruel Summer at 49th place, making history as the first AI-generated song in the German music charts, but also part of a broader trend of TikTok driving popularity of certain songs and changing the trends in music. The song features lyrics sung in the style of German Schlager music, also known as hit music, a genre of music characterized by very catchy and kind of kitschy pop songs inspired by folk music, typically played during Oktoberfest and Carnival festivities. The lyrics of the song itself are full of cultural stereotypes long used to describe Middle Eastern men, such as criminality, heavy cologne, paying in cash, designer clothes, and accessories. This song, according to its producer, was originally meant to be humorous, but music expert Will Simpson says the song is fundamentally humor aimed downwards. It is racism masquerading as pop music. I will now read from the lyrics. Last week at the fair was different wild. I was chilling with some baddies by the bumper cars. That's when I noticed a Talahon in the distance. With his sides on zero and a vape in his hand, he has a tough exterior and looks really hard. I think I have a crush on a Talahon. With a Louis belt, a Gucci hat, and Air Max shoes. He shadow boxes and is the coolest out of all his bros. And the knife in his side bag is definitely not for sandwiches. He pulls out bills from a stack of court summons and treats all his bros to Capri Suns. He's my partner for life. 'Cause the first date, bro, it was at a hookah bar. He says he'll buy me the whole world, and he doesn't even need unemployment. He definitely earns his para is the Turkish word for money, normal, and by normal, I mean illegal by default. I'll be honest, I've never had a crush like this before. He smells like a whole perfumery. Of all the perfumes, you'll smell his most of all, because above all, he loves to wear half a bottle of Dior Sauvage. He's my partner for life, that's crystal clear. When he's enraged, he's as sweet as baklava. As you see, the lyrics mention a specific haircut, requesting that the Talahon's barber uses a zero guard on his hair clippers so he can get a tight skin fade. The cologne mentioned, Dior Sauvage, has a long history of being associated with fuckboys and womenizers. There are even instances of multilingualism in the song, with borrowings from English, but also the Turkish word para, referring to money, and the Romani word chaya, referring to an attractive, young, stylish woman, as I translated here, a baddie. I'll now play a snippet of the song for you.
Kirmes war anders wild. Ich hab mit den Chayas am Autoscooter gechillt. Da hab ich einen Talahon aus der Ferne erkannt. Mit Seiten auf Null und Vape in der Hand. Er hat ne dicke Schale und wirkt richtig hart. Aber er fragt jeden Kerl, ob er Probleme hat. Ich glaube, ich bin verknallt in einen Talahon.
I think that's enough, and it's also worth noting they even pronounced Talahon wrong. So, as you see here, Verknallt in einen Talahon presents a funny inversion of expectations by being a song that is AI generated in the Schlager music genre, as you see here, combining the cultural tradition of German pop folk music with current stereotypes typically associated with German rap and hip-hop scene, brought together by a robotic voice. However, the lyrics reflect the perspective of the Talahons from an outsider, presumably native German perspective. In this case, the female singer who finds herself in love with a Talahon. Yet another aspect of the song that touches on replacement theory fears. This is mirrored in the AI-generated cover art for the song, which depicts a blonde woman at a train station surrounded by several young men in typical Talahon style in the background. The blonde woman is physically larger than the Talahons, implying that she is the imagined singer of this song, and is dressed in a tracksuit that suggests a sense of belonging to the group. They're at a train station, which is not only a stereotypical hangout spot or spawn point for the Talahons, but can also be a larger symbol for movement, migration, and societal progress, or depending on your perspective here, societal regression. The producer, Butterbro, openly admits that the voice, lyrics, and music were all AI generated. The song itself is listed under the artist name Butterbro featuring Udio.com. Udio.com is an AI startup that trains LLMs with music data and generates songs based on user-prompted descriptions and specifications. However, AI-generated music has faced a lot of backlash from music artists and labels alike. Recently, 3 major labels, Universal Group, Sony Music Entertainment, and Warner Music Group, all sued Udio and other AI-generated music startups for copyright infringement. Beyond the legal argument, what does it say that an LLM can even produce this kind of song? It is no mere coincidence that this AI-generated song is chock full of Orientalist tropes. The cultural stereotypes present in the song are a result of racial bias already present in the training data, and if used to further train AI, reinforces that same racial bias. In understanding this song within the framework of techno-Orientalism, of course the first AI-generated song to enter the German music charts is about stereotyped visions of an Orientalized cultural other sang by a mechanical voice. In Said's theory of Orientalism, Western practices are designed specifically to emphasize the superiority of the West and reduce the Orient to a set of stereotypes in which it can be defined by its relation to Europe. Understood in terms of its opposition to German identity, the Orientalized other and technological other are constructed imaginatively against a definition of what it means to be German. Seemingly irreconcilable cultural differences expressed by the image of the Oriental automata have already been in German-speaking cultural imagination since the early modern times. This mirrors the way Telehorn has become a new slur to differentiate Germans from their other, a stand-in for anti-immigration and replacement sentiments as much as it is for the rising fear around AI-based technologies. I argue that the combined framework of technology and Orientalism allows a dual cultural alterity surrounding both the Middle Easterner and technological developments. Techno-Orientalism, as a strategy of representational containment, arrests the Orientalized and technological others in harmful imagery. German techno-Orientalist fears of an Oriental figure have become ever more prevalent in the wake of German immigration policy and the rise of far-right political movements. By using the framework of techno-Orientalism, I have attempted to expand on the work done on German Orientalism to include technology, automata, and media theory, while also highlighting the overlooked techno-Orientalist tropes in German cultural history through a close reading of Verknallt in einen Telehorn. Thank you.
All right, thanks to all our panelists. I'm sure you will all have noticed that we are a little over schedule. We started this panel late. We will still, though, have 15 minutes now for a discussion with our panelists. This does mean that we're going to start the lunch roundtable about 15 or maybe a little more minutes late as well, so don't worry about rushing right over to that. So let's welcome our panelists back up to the stage, please, as well as our faculty respondent, Ken, a former museum director who you heard from earlier.
Okay, thank you so much. And first, I want to say I'm so impressed with our panelists and their astute readings of new media artifacts today. Who chose them? May I just ask? It was collaborative? All right, because they couldn't have done better. I mean, they're amazing and a great combination because I thought they were each one fascinating in so many ways, and actually triggered so many ideas and thoughts on my side. So I just want to throw a few things out, a few associations, because I love David, how you start with the Paul Ekman connection, because it's fascinating that he's also local, right, and has had. And for those who don't know, that he's been doing these close studies of faces at very high resolution and also slow down in time, and these micro-expressions, right? Which I don't know if you mentioned, but I think that's really interesting how micro-expressions can be read and analyzed, and how they're also, that term is very much used in a context of discussion about racism today, and micro-expressions or microaggressions. Then, Stuart, your talk about the algorithmic bias in ChatGPT and other large language models is fascinating. I love that you brought up Ted Chiang and his idea that essentially that what a large language model is a compression of a vast amount of data and images, and how you can use it to tease out this kind of racism from these questions that you ask in so many different ways. And actually, it made me want to really study in much more detail what you're pulling out and how you're able to elucidate these factors. And I'd actually like to hear more about that. And it makes me want to do my own kind of probing with these models. KC, you know, I love that you picked Refik Anadol's piece. I actually happened to be there. It was Thanksgiving. What was interesting is Thanksgiving in 2022, some of you may remember, there was something else going on in the world that was very, very important at that time. And I'll never forget it. I was with my family on the East Coast, and I get this email out of the blue, check this out. And I go online, and I start playing with this thing, and end up spending 3 hours away from my family. And they're like, where were you? And what I was doing, of course, was playing with ChatGPT, which came out that exact weekend. And then we went to New York, and I had no idea that was going to be there, but I was equally transfixed. And it was huge. I mean, but the world was just learning of ChatGPT when that came out. The timing could not have been better. Refik, obviously, I don't think he planned it, although knowing him, maybe he did. But he had been working with NVIDIA, but also Hyundai and MoMA. There's a huge amount of nuance there because he also went to UCLA, and he had these really interesting background, and of course it was picked up by everybody. It became the sensational art piece of the year. In fact, the other thing I don't know if you mentioned, but the World Economic Forum hosted him right after that. So he was very much in the realm of all this, and I really appreciate your critique because I share it, and I think it's really important because I'm always very sensitive when new media art is sort of embraced in various ways, and that often uncritically in certain ways. And it always makes me frustrated or cringe, because I also know that the art world often is very, very critical, and so that to take a very thoughtful critique as you have is so interesting. And I think your connection with the infinite aspect of the sort of hypnotic component of this is fascinating. And you know, this question of is it art is so ever present and so important in both art history and in new media. And so I really thank you for picking that choice. I think it is absolutely the right thing to be looking at in that realm. And Kayla, I love that you picked this new thing which you taught me, which I never knew about. So thank you. And you're picking of, you know, is Talanahan as Orientalism is so interesting because I have been thinking about this also in the context of robots. And in particular, noticing, for me, it was noticing that a lot of the rhetoric about robots is about robots as taking our jobs, as stealing jobs. And when I look at that rhetoric, it sort of reminds me of a kind of, you know, fear of the foreigner taking jobs. And a lot of times it was Chinese or Asian, right? That was a fear that the, you know, Chinese are coming to take our jobs. And you can find a lot of that even in the Bay Area in particular. But I was looking into it and tracing back to even earlier, Victor Segolin had an essay in 1918 called Exoticism, which predates Edward Said and the discussion, the terminology of Orientalism, because exoticism is a little more of a general term, where there's some foreign, unknown, unfamiliar environment that people tend to both fear, but also glamorize in this kind of twisted way that tends to be ultimately very distorted. And I was thinking about this in regard to robots, because I think robots, it's very similar. And there's a quote that I love from Oliver Morton, who wrote robots are immigrants from the future. And it's really, I think it's exactly right, that we tend to do that same kind of exoticism to robots, and seeing them as both, you know, that there's a fantasies around them and positive exaggerations, but also fears. So there's a nice linkage there. So I could go on, but I realize we don't only have a certain amount of time, and I really want to let you guys speak. But I just want to say in general, I mean, this whole morning has been so incredibly stimulating and fascinating, because it's exactly what I think is important. And I also want to say I feel like there's so much of a misunderstanding from my colleagues in the engineering world, from the other side of the two cultures, who don't know what happens. They don't know how this works, and what are they talking about over there? They're talking about AI, and they're talking about these new technologies, but why? And it's so interesting because what you've exemplified here in your wonderful presentations is exactly what is needed, which is a real careful cultural, historical, intellectual analysis, a reading, to use your term. Stuart, it is a reading of these technologies, and I think that is exactly what the Berkeley Center for New Media was established to facilitate, and you guys are exemplifying so well today. So I just want to first thank you so much. Okay, so I want to open it up to your questions, and I want maybe quickly you can each in turn just talk a little bit more to me about your selection of those of your topics, and why. What do you look for? What would you be? Are there other topics you're thinking about? And I'm just wondering how you choose a topic to put under your scrutiny. Let's go and turn. Yeah, we'll start with you. Oh, microphones. Great. Good.
Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. So this is part of a larger project now I'm working on. So my first project was it was more like a straight media studies project, looking at Japanese comedy since the television era to the present. And then this is now my new media project, where I finally, because my Japan studies side people were really sort of, don't do that yet. And so I'm finally getting to do this, and that's why I'm picking this topic. So I've been really interested in the biometrics industry in Japan, and these issues of policing as well, as this was coming out in the 2020s about facial recognition technology. All the big companies coming out and saying, "Oh, we're not doing this. We're not going to do this anymore." But then the point that they weren't actually the ones that were being purchased. And if you look through, it's U.S. vendors putting them out. But if you look at some of the algorithms, they were being put out by Japanese companies. So this became very interesting for me to look at that and started this sort of arc. So I'm looking at that, and also looking at issues of how attention becomes quantified and sort of categorized in Japanese media studies from the 60s to the present. And so I'm also interested in here and looking at these expression recognition. So that's sort of how we settled on this topic.
Great. Okay. Thank you, David. Stuart?
Yeah, so this is like a mix of my own like personal obsessions, but also things that are deeply based in like the applications in the communities in which I'm engaged with. So I'm obsessed with university prestige as like a topic and a thing in society. So that runs through a lot of the kind of things I always like to throw in university or major as kind of one of these conditions. But also I think think it's important to look at who on the ground is being impacted by this. And so I have a whole bunch of undergraduate students who work with me as research assistants in terms of being able to be more embedded in. So as we at UC San Diego are rolling out Triton GPT, we're the Tritons, right? This is an open source large language model that, again, the data stays on our servers, right? It doesn't go to OpenAI, and one of the things that we're just trying to feel like, what are the full kind of range of concerns that can arise, right, if we kind of just drop this oracle into a university and say that, well, there's no privacy concerns there, kind of, but like, how do we actually center the kind of things that students, faculty, staff are concerned about? Another team who they're kind of finishing up a lot of their senior theses on housing was one of their domains that they selected, and finding even things like, we can look at how maybe like a big institutional landlord would use LLMs for decision making, but also we need to look at the people who are kind of a casual Craigslist renting out their room, turns to ChatGPT to just copy paste all those emails that they get and say, find me the 3 people I should interview. Right, and so we really have to kind of ground these things. That's why kind of the camera, the lens metaphor, like we really have to see and focus these things on where people are actually pointing these cameras and using them to make important decisions that are going to impact people's lives.
Great. Actually, it's interesting you mentioned just the prestige of the university, because it seems to be so relevant right now with certain universities coming out. And for example, Princeton, I would say, has established itself very, very definitively. Yesterday, the president made a very, very potent and I think emblematic statement about free inquiry and universities. And it's on the New York Times, what do they call it, the Daily. It's fantastic if you get a chance to hear that. But, I think it just rose, in my opinion at least, Princeton suddenly rose way above the other Ivies in that single interview. And I'm very concerned, but hopeful about how Berkeley and the UCs are going to shake out and what's going to happen next. Okay, sorry about that. Casey.
Yeah, where do I get the inspiration for my ideas for this talk? Well, a couple places. As I sort of narrated in the talk, this is me casting around for the final chapter of my book. And when I wrote the dissertation, it was crypto, and But one of the problems when you write about new media is that things are always changing. The news is always different. And so I was a little bit taking a meta view on that and thinking about the speed of these sort of hype cycles and what would be next and why do they come so quickly. So that was one thing. And then another is that actually for a year between sort of wrapping up in Berkeley and my current position, I was working at a contemporary art museum in New York. And so I was really clued into and thinking a lot about different funding schemes in contemporary art and different sort of the Hyundai card screen at the MoMA, just an LG curator of new media art at the Whitney. And of course, it's nothing new, this sort of patronage or sponsorship. And in fact, there's a postdoc at MIT, I forget her name, but she's doing interesting work on the history of this thing called Automation House, which was a center in New York City in the 70s where Gordon Matta Clark and Joan Jonas and Richard Serra, I think, produced some work. And it was a space that was specifically designed to sort of allay fears about automation. So there were actually, there was a meeting room for labor organizers to come in and meet with industry to talk about people's anxieties about labor being displaced. So this sort of bringing in artists to art wash the bad reputation of automation is definitely not new, but it was something that seemed very, very present, and I was interested in pursuing that.
Wow. Okay. All right, now I have to look into that. Fascinating. Thank you.
So yeah, similar to Stuart, a lot of this comes out with my own personal obsessions. I love German rap. It's really cringy, but I love it. I don't know why. I wrote my honors thesis in undergrad on it, particularly about multilingualism that happens in German rap. And so I've always just been interested in this kind of German subculture. But so this trend came around in August of 2024, and pre that I was thinking of The Mechanical Turk, but also there's this German author, E.T.A. Hoffmann, who's more known for The Sandman, but also he has a short story, The Automata, in which there is a Turkish automaton. And I was just asking myself, why are these depictions of robots in German literature Turkish? Why are they Turkish? And so I was thinking about that, and then the Talahon trend dropped, and I was like, okay, there's something here. And so as this paper actually comes out of that's not my paper, I don't know why I pointed to it. My paper, not that paper, that I wrote, my talk came out of a seminar paper from a seminar on techniques I took with Nicholas Baer in the Film and German department last semester. And in one of the readings for that class, we engaged with Simon Dond, who also talks about what you were just saying, how we think of the immigrant figure and the technology in similar ways. And so in thinking with that, I started investigating this broader history of where does this oriental figure of automaton come from, which led me to the Techno-Orientalism book, which was really helpful for me, but also a lot of other work that has been done on investigating why more of a Middle Eastern appearance, and because that is more from the medieval side of literary and cultural contact. And so recently I've been reading a lot of really weird medieval poems about robot dragons from Baghdad and all other kind of fun things. A TV screen in Parzival, for example, so things like that.
Interesting. I'm so glad you brought up E.T.A. Hoffmann, because there's this direct connection with E.T.A. Hoffmann and Freud's essay, The Uncanny, which is Freud cites quite explicitly, and that's written in 1919, that essay, which is very, I don't think coincidentally, exactly the year before the word robot is coined in Czechoslovakia by Carol Chapek. So there's this, and this is long before the uncanny valley idea comes out in the 70s. And actually, Yasser Reinhardt makes this connection between the two. Again, this is exactly the kind of stuff I absolutely love to hear about and learn about and make these connections. And I think it's so exemplary of what Berkeley is so good at, which having these strengths in these so many disciplines and being able to tie them together like this is just unbelievable. Okay, so we have time for one or two questions. We're out of time. I'm sorry. All right, so we'll continue over lunch, but I want to thank all of our panelists.
Okay, everyone, we're a little bit late starting, but we're going to get moving, and I think we have enough time. We'll have 4 presentations like in the first panel, and each one will be 15 minutes. So the schedule is just slightly changed. We're going to start today with our first speaker being Catherine Chandler. And Kate is an associate professor and director of culture and politics in the School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University. She studies media and technology, including drones, AI, and many other things, to understand how violence and militarism are part of everyday life. She's very much an interdisciplinary scholar, as you'll see. Her book, Unmanning: How Humans, Machines, and Media Perform Drone Warfare, which came out in 2020, is a good example of that. And her research has been supported by the Independent Research Fund Denmark and the Public Interest Technology University Network. So please join me in welcoming Kate Chandler.
Thanks, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here back at the Berkeley Center for New Media. The first time I ever talked up here, I was on a panel with the artist Julia Scher, and she is totally amazing, and they told us we only had 12 minutes rather than 15 minutes, and she started at the end of her slide deck and gave her talk backwards. That was, for me, one of these most memorable moments ever. So I was really tempted to try to give my talk backwards, but I'm not quite there yet, so I'm going to give you my talk forwards today. After the talk, we'll have a little bit of time in the question and answer to contextualize this work a little bit. This is a little bit of an artist piece, so I'm going to wear my hat not so much as scholar of foreign service, whatever that is, but rather illustrator. Okay, so today I'm going to share with you excerpts from the Drone Archive, an art and research book project that I'm developing with Hilary Mushkin, who unfortunately can't be with us today. The project renders the history of drone warfare as a set of handmade drawings with interpretive texts. Our goal is to challenge the idea of drone technology as an autonomous, objective tool of technocratic governance. Drawing from official archives of information collected by and about drone technologies, the archive we are creating foregrounds the fragmentary and indeterminate processes that form knowledge and power. Claiming the fragile, idiosyncratic, and partial qualities of both our archive and official archives, we aim to destabilize the common idea of the drone as a totalizing system and instead perform its ways of seeing and knowing as always being made. Archives are derived in no small part from the human contributors and their individual histories and biases. Placing tracing paper over images, looking through the translucent material, seeking the contours solely with our bare eyes, no machine vision here, marking the edges, shading the areas, and approximating textures with our graphite-equipped fingers. This is a mimesis of the work machines and humans do together when they take pictures and analyze them. We are hereby creating our own archive of the drone. It contains sheaves of marked papers, wrinkled and smudged by water and handling. They may seem very different from the sources we draw from, archives of digital data collected by people using drones and those of physical material collected by people about drones. However, by hand drawing, we put the spotlight on the human intention and decisions that guide and shape the information that is collected in these authoritative archives. Our work is to foreground not only the fact that humans are always in charge of machines, even when they lose control or the machines do not do what they want or expect, but that humans will always be mortal and always be limited in what we can know. Further, it challenges the illusion that, quote, smart technology supersedes human intelligence. Our work engages the ways in which data is already embedded in systems of meaning, a point that we get at through our attention to abstraction. Drawing the drone archive, we disassemble the seemingly integrated perceptual, mechanical, and human parts that bolster armed authority and reorganize these parts differently. Why do this? Feminist thinking has long called out the notion of the godlike, omniscient I as reproducing forms of patriarchal domination. Reference to a universal human actually enables systemic rendering of non-males as other, leading to domination of these others based on gender, race, sexuality, and ability. Feminist theories of contextualization and embodiment have worked against the universal notion of the human through what Donna Haraway calls situated knowledges. Knowledge is built on consensus among multiple perspectives. Sociologist Janet Vertesi calls the scientific process of iteratively interpreting, discussing, and revising interpretations of data drawing as. While artists, humanities scholars, philosophers, and theorists have questioned the objectivity and authority of technological images for decades, the problems of truth and representation are not well understood or acknowledged in scientific, military, or juridical practice. The practice of tracing aligns with feminist thinking in several ways. By iteratively drawing and discussing our interpretations of the drone archive, we perform a sort of drawing as that brings us to know something different about these materials. Tracing with a pencil calls attention to the human body that is attached to the hand making the image. The ways in which the body is associated with the image is not an abstraction. When we trace, we look closely, analyze the images, prioritize visual and material information, and select visual and material items to copy that we believe are valuable. In the process, a lot of information gets left behind, and the information we copy takes a different shape than the resource where it came from. Take these images and interpretations as an example of situated knowledge. I am a scholar and an artist who has spent years in government and corporate personal archives gleaning a critical history of how drones were developed. This history includes the social, political, economic, and entirely manned forces behind unmanned flight's technology development and deployment. Of this image, I write, aircraft are susceptible to any number of countermeasures. While it often seems that the aerial view aligns with domination of being on top, this logic elides the ways aircraft are tracked, monitored, and vulnerable to anti-aircraft missiles launched from the ground, sea, or air. The 1973 Arab-Israeli War provides an example of the susceptibility as hundreds of aircraft were shot down by both sides during the 19-day conflict. One might see this image as presaging the 1973 war. It was taken December 20th, 1972, from a Fire-B drone launched from the Sinai Peninsula. In 1971, the Israeli Defense Forces closed a deal with Teledyne Ryan, the San Diego-based defense firm, to purchase drone aircraft for reconnaissance. Personnel for the newly formed 200th Squadron of the Israeli Air Force were sent to San Diego for training. Their mission was top secret, though their visit was announced while attending a baseball game as guests of the defense company. By 1972, the unit was establishing its operations, and personnel from Teledyne Ryan traveled back to Israel to complete training. However, this turned into an operational mission as the systems were deployed from Sinai to find surface-to-air missiles used by Egypt along the Suez Canal. This is a picture of the SAM-6 in the desert. The tracks in the image are significant. What distinguishes the SAM-6 from other anti-aircraft systems is that it is mobile. This also renders the photograph of this image as meaningless. Up to this point, the images captured by planes were brought back, developed, and interpreted over a matter of days and used to establish and locate ballistic missiles. Now, an image of the same location a few days or even a few hours later might show missiles that were no longer actually there. Hillary is an artist who has spent years drawing with teams of artists, designers, and scholars in military bases and contractors' labs. She posits tensions between the clean technological visions of war zones and artists' gestural drawings of these places. What she writes about this image is as follows. What can we learn from an image, a diagram, an explanation? What's in the wrinkled paper, buckling in the heat and moisture? In graphite, the outlined and filled in men in front outline and fill in the situation in details. The faint lines snake up, down, then up again, a chart of some meaning eked out of carbon dust. The man on the left has a patch on his shoulder, a symbol of important meaning woven in colored threads by machines sewn on the shoulder before his body filled the shirt well enough to display its emblem. There are at least 4 shoulders like that in the front of this image. That is the front of the group presenting their image to others in the picture. We are looking at their backs. Their wrinkled shirts are used to being rolled up over the elbows in the heat. The piece of vellum is less likely to stay flat the more you lean on it with your sweaty hand while drawing. But there isn't much to worry about when drawing your pencil along the curves of a photograph on a table full of bottles and camouflage shadows. No one can tell you where you have made a mistake because the curves look convincing when you explain what they are. What are the stakes, potential gains, and risks of investing in truth as an openness that is situated, embodied, and contingent, and not determined singularly and finally, but made by people and contexts with the ability of shifting and transforming? In the case of the drone, its all-seeing qualities are built upon an accumulation of ordinary human decisions and actions constructed both before and after the facts they deliver. We turn to the intersection of drawing, research, and storytelling to think through these problems. By problematizing the grounds from which ostensibly objective data and images can be known, we propose a feminist practice based in embodiment that figures the drone archive through the trace. We propose that the blurry, blotchy, contradictory, and erased qualities of the drawing we make and the conversations they have created are accurate, a more accurate characterization of the drone than a God's eye view. What would it mean to see this image as a record of drone warfare and its program of targeted killing? Thank you.
Thank you. Is Brooke here? Yes, okay. Our next speaker is Brooke Belisle, who's Associate Professor in the Department of Art at Stony Brook University, where she is also affiliated with the Institute for Advanced Computational Science and the ALDA Center for Communication or Communicating Science. Her recent book, 2024, is Depth Effects, Dimensionality from Camera to Computation, which connects emergent aesthetics of contemporary computational imaging to early photographic practices. Her current project, Seeing Stars, Astronomical Media, explores the visual aesthetics of astronomy and astrophysics, which I think we'll hear more about today. So please join me in welcoming Brooke.
I'm so sorry. We were told to study later. All right, how do I, oh, you kind of come and help me with this. Thank you. I'm sorry, panelists, for being late and bad.
Do you have notes you want to see? Or
No.
Okay, great. That makes it easier for
I'm
me.
so grateful to the Center for New Media for creating this occasion to bring us together and to celebrate together. It's nice to have something to celebrate, and it's wonderful to really appreciate how much we have in common for having passed through this same place, even though we've all gone in really different directions. So it's a privilege to be part of this intellectual community, especially as we watch it continue to grow, and it's great to be here with you for these few days. Despite the fact that we've gone in a lot of different directions, or because of the fact we've gone in a lot of different directions, I realize we're coming together here from different kind of disciplinary pursuits, academic and non-academic jobs, talking about different topics. And because of that, I thought instead of the more traditional academic paper, like a deep dive into a specific thing I'm working on that I had said in my abstract I'm going to talk about, it might be more fun to speak a little more generally about the project I'm working on, and that it's like we're at a family reunion and we've got a little buffet of potluck dishes and you just get a little bite, you know? And I'm thinking maybe that'll open up more connections. I think I need one of these things. To things other people are working on. So it is true that not that long ago I published this book that was about ways that newly dominant forms of visual mediation made possible by machine learning and AI resonate somewhat surprisingly with very early practices in photography. So I was trying to step aside from debates that I find pretty silly, especially as they've escalated, though I have admittedly also been drawn into them, about whether AI-generated images are photographs and whether photography is dead, finally, again. And I wanted to reconsider instead what we think it is we're tracing through all these transformations. And I argued one thing we could trace is this really interesting and unsolvable problem of mediating depth and engaging with dimensionality. So in this next project that I'm working on, I also trace this long arc from early photography through very recent forms of computational imaging. And I'm also thinking about the visual mediation of space. But this time I'm thinking about outer space and the visual practices of astronomy and astrophysics. My working title is Seeing Stars, and chapters will move from more proximate to more distant celestial phenomenon, starting from the moon to the stars and galaxies to the cosmic web, and following technical and aesthetic transformations that have not only reached farther into the cosmos, but more importantly, restructured and rescaled how we conceive of it. The title's implication of dizziness and disorientation is very deliberate then, because I'm interested in how these innovations that seem to allow us to see farther, like to just extend a gaze that stays stable from a stable place, actually change what farther would mean, and reorganize how we understand where we are and how we could see from there. So I'm especially interested in moments where technologies that were not actually new, the telescope, photography, computation, were used in a new way and gave rise to new aesthetic practices or renegotiations of what were existing aesthetic norms. So for example, telescopes had been used by astronomers for almost 150 years by the late 1700s, when William Herschel had the very strange idea to build a massive one with a mirror and use it to visually sweep the sky in bands that he conceived like a musical score, trying to categorize nebulae by shape and trying to glean the overall shape of the Milky Way from the number and brightness of stars that he saw in different directions. Everybody else was still doing like positional astronomy, you know, angles, like where is what on the plane of the celestial sphere. So similarly, oh, these are him trying to categorize nebulae, which I love how they look like amoebas in a petri dish, and they're actually massive, distant objects. And this is his attempt to diagram the Milky Way after trying to count how many stars. He thought if there's a lot of stars there, it must go farther. So it's said that Daguerre himself tried to photograph the moon, and astronomy and photography have been intertwined from the start. But it wasn't until the middle of the 19th century that the smooth glass plates and paper prints of the collodion process made photography a powerful tool for astronomers. By the end of the 19th century, an ambitious global project was launched to photographically map all the stars. But the advent of dry plate photography in the 1880s pointed in a very different direction. Long exposure photographs pushed past this dome of the celestial sphere that everyone else was mapping to bring much more distant stars and objects into view. Long exposure astrophotographs using prisms, spectrographs, also offered new ways to examine the inner composition of stars, connecting quantum physics and astronomy in the new science of astrophysics. Similar kinds of reinvention also happened with computing and astronomy. Mathematical processes for reducing or computing astronomical data are ancient, but in the late 19th and early 20th century, these large new collections of astrophotographs that had been amassed from around the world created a new kind of data set, and people called computers who were analyzing these images developed visual and statistical practices that led directly into modern computing. This line passes, for example, the Harvard computers have been talked about a lot through the work of like the female programmers of the ENIAC and von Neumann using these early digital computers to work on nuclear physics problems, but also into contemporary practices of machine vision and computer vision, some of which we talked about today. Over about the last decade, though, the rise of supercomputing has not just extended, but transformed those analytic methods into new practices of computational astrophysics, which are used to algorithmically model and simulate things that would otherwise be unobservable, like heat building inside a star before it explodes as a supernova, which is what this is a simulation trying to understand. And in this particular simulation, which was made by the group I've been hanging out with, they discovered it maybe was dipolar, and this was a big discovery that only happened when they saw the image. So these shifts I'm tracing involve important breakthroughs in the history of astronomy, but I'm trying to push against the standard story of how each new technology lets scientists see farther and so understand more. Instead, I want to think about how their visual methods were aesthetic as much as scientific methods of inquiry, and sometimes activated existing or old technologies in creative ways. These shifts, I'm arguing, happened as experiments in ways of making sensible and ways of making sense. They were efforts not just to extend our gaze farther, but to see differently and make different kinds of images. They reimagined fundamental possibilities of vision and representation and produced different forms of visibility that enabled new kinds of insights. So I'll quickly touch on two examples that are in the book somewhere, but I'm not totally sure of the structure yet. It's always the hardest part. So the first example is from the late 19th and early 20th centuries when dry plates made long exposure astrophotography possible. So up until then, someone looking through a really powerful telescope who had trained their eyes to see well through it could see things farther, like more distant objects more clearly than would show up on a photographic plate. And that's because the human eye was more sensitive than photographic emulsion, and because you could only expose the plate for the time it took for the wet emulsion to dry, and then it couldn't collect any more light. So the availability of dry plates with a dry emulsion made it possible for astronomers to expose a plate for hours, all night. And they could even expose it night after night by covering up the telescope and doing it the next night. So this really completely transformed astronomy, almost like the telescope had itself. The best images of Orion, this is one of the first photographs that gave a really clear image of Orion, and it was on the cover of popular astronomy books saying this is the most important image that's ever happened in the history of astronomy. And it sparked huge interest in using photography in astronomy, because up until then, drawings like these were really the best representations that we had of these really distant and difficult to capture objects. So with this new tool, very faint and distant light could inscribe itself over time. And this made things visible in photographs that weren't visible any other way. So this meant, of course, that interpreting the phenomena that were showing up in the photographs was only possible by making more photographs, because you couldn't compare the thing you saw in the image against something in the night sky. So what if you're looking at a photograph that looks like there's something there, and it's just a photographic artifact? These debates about scientific reality became debates about photographic processes and really formal and aesthetic procedures of how to properly make and how to properly see photographs. These questions about whether nebulae were there or not were at the heart of a really nasty and heated debate between these two astrophotographers. And part of that was because the question of what nebulae were was a really important question at this time. It went back to Galileo and William Herschel, but it also had to do with a bigger question of how big is the universe, and could those hazy things far away be other Milky Ways, right? And so this was like earlier debates about, a geocentric universe, this idea that we weren't the only galaxy, we didn't use that word then, the only universe, like it was multiple universes, was a really radical idea. So if these things would resolve when you got a better instrument, then it might prove that nebulosity wasn't, that big of a thing. But if getting closer and closer it would never resolve because it's actually a really distant object, it might lead to this other really important discovery. So Isaac Roberts, who was using a big reflector telescope like William Herschel's to photograph very distant objects, argued that the nebulae showing up in E.E. Barnard's photographs were spurious nebulae, because Barnard was not only making a lot of photographic mistakes, but he was using inadequate instruments, a refractor telescope, and lenses he'd actually purchased secondhand from a professional portrait studio. He had come up as working in portrait studios since he was a child. He even sometimes used lenses from a child's magic lantern. So this was ridiculous to Roberts, who had spent a whole lot of money to make the best telescope in the best private observatory and was going to get the best pictures of the nebulae. So Barnard's images had a wider angle and a shallower focus because he was using these different kind of lenses. And he was doing this on purpose because he was interested in something other than what Roberts was interested in. He was investigating large-scale structures of the Milky Way, and he was really curious about dark areas that looked empty, that he suspected might be objects in themselves. Roberts thought that the view that reached the farthest out with the highest resolution would see the most and be the best view. But Barnard showed this wasn't true. And this was an aesthetic as much as a scientific insight, I want to argue. He understood that celestial phenomenon are only apparent as relative intensities of light. And so using different methods of photographic mediation that gather and record light in different ways, different distances and luminosities. Think about like how you could focus in the foreground or the background when you're making a photograph. This would not just register phenomena differently, but it could actually show different things as there or not there. So it wasn't necessarily a contradiction for a nebula that shows up in one photograph not to show up in another. And this insight that modulations in calibrating photographic mediation would alter what a photograph registered was not a problem with astrophotography, but actually what would make it really powerful, not just as a tool for creating pictures, but for measuring and manipulating light.
It turns out Barnard was right by Aboué, and this black spot is something called a Barnard object, which is a dark nebula, which I think is really cool. Okay, so jumping forward to another and more current example, I want to follow Barnard's inspiration of like zooming back instead of penetrating out, to look at really recent work in cosmological simulation. So simulations like the Illustris, the Millennium, and the Millennium TNG project have been computationally modeling the birth and evolution of the cosmos from its earliest state of what was mostly dark matter and dark energy, and like very little of what we would call matter now. So we know that stars, we know how stars form, and we know that they cluster into galaxies, and we know galaxies cluster into groups, and we know that these groups are distributed in larger filamentary structures that some people describe as like soap bubbles with these voids inside. But we don't understand enough about dark energy and dark matter to understand exactly how things came to be the way they are rather than any other way. So cosmologists, let's see if my animation works. This is an animation from one of the Illustris simulations, if it does anything. So cosmologists might build a simulation that could begin with a mathematical model of trillions of particles and governed only initially by the rules of basic gravity, but with a lot of other differential equations and partial differential equations describing physics processes that we know how they work, waiting in the wings. They press play on the simulation from this initial state and with ground rules, and then use a really extreme fast forward to sort of watch how stars form, galaxies grow, and the cosmos develops. They're trying to figure out how these tiny fast processes, like an electron jumping up across a shell, could scale out to the mind-boggling spatial and temporal expanse of everything that ever existed. Okay, where am I? So this is all math, but on the other hand, these simulations are deliberately created to produce visualizations and to yield images. Because images are one of the best ways humans can interpret the numerical data that's output by these simulations. Sometimes simulation data is used to generate what's called mock observations, and I'm particularly interested in this because it involves a secondary kind of simulation. They process numerical descriptions of their numerical universe as if it was sensor data being put into a known instrument like the Hubble Space Telescope. So to make images that are of the imaginary universe. And then they use the images to test whether their universe would look like ours if we could look at theirs, right? So this is interesting in that it's layering over mathematical simulation, this other kind of aesthetic simulation that relies on genre norms and conventions of astronomical imaging and particular instruments like the Hubble. I also think this kind of computational science is really, in this extreme case, you can see a larger thing we're dealing with right now of when you think that reality is really essentially just data anyway, then what's the difference between real and representation? It's just a matter of rendering, right? Okay, I see, oh my gosh, I see your sign. Okay, I'm almost done. I have like 2 paragraphs. All right, so in contemporary astronomical imaging, it's easy to see a tension between what Trevor Paglen, another Berkeley alum we heard about earlier, has described as machine visual culture and human visual culture, or between what Jussi Parikka thinks of as operational images versus what he calls representational or aesthetic images. This opposes how images make sense to machines as information and how they make sense to people as pictures. And if this is indeed this opposed, it feels like we're at another tipping point where a quantitative and statistical model of visibility is really primary, and humans can't quite keep up or figure out how we should make sense of it. I want to argue, though, that the history of astronomy and astrophysics could complicate how we trace those lineages. So Parikka starts his book, Operational Images, with an astronomical example to claim it for the lineage of operational images. And I want to say it's not quite that simple, because these images have often been interpreted perceptually and pictorially as views and proxies for observation, as if we're seeing stars and supernovae, but also at the same time and even the same images have been interpreted as spatialized data from which information can be gleaned by measuring geometrical relationships within the picture plane or comparing variations across images to find statistical patterns. This work has been at once art and science, visual and mathematical, and it has tested and reformulated the limits of vision and visual mediation in ways that have involved no less than the reformulation of reality itself. So my hope is that weaving this history back together with how we think about the history of other visual media could have insights for the disorienting moment in which we seem to find ourselves, when again methods and norms of visibility and representation are changing, and in much wider ways what counts as obvious or nebulous, spurious or true, real or simulated, feels very much up for negotiation. Thank you, and I'm so sorry I went through music.
So our next speaker is Andrea Galliano, who is Senior Director of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning at Getty Images and leads the organization of data scientists responsible for content creation and discovery experiences. Andrea received her master's in information management and systems from the iSchool here and has a DE in new media as well from Berkeley Center for New Media. So please join me in welcoming Andrea.
Hello. So as was said, I work at Getty Images. For those that don't know Getty Images, I'll just give a little bit of an overview. We're basically a marketplace of visuals, imagery, video that photographers contribute to our platform and then customers use for various purposes. So one half of our business you're probably more familiar with is editorial, so images and videos that show up in news articles, news outlets, things, basically any sort of media that you see. And the other side of the business is really on servicing creative, so advertisements or campaigns where images or videos are used on Instagram or billboards, etc. So I lead the AI/ML team that's really focused partially on search, but as well as generative AI. And I want to talk today about generative AI in the context of making sure that we are creating a sustainable ecosystem for creatives and people who are creating content and their content's being used as training data. So a little thought experiment. Take a second to think about how your work environment has changed over the past 10 years. A decade ago, if you took a picture of where you work, what did it look like? Was it at a desk? Was it in an office? Who was there? What technology were you using? And what we can do at Getty Images is people, maybe if somebody searches for the term work, we can see the top downloaded images for that concept over many years. So on the screen here is the top download for the concept of work in 2013, 2014, 2015, and 2016. Pretty stocky, a lot of white, like cool blue tones, you know, starting to work with devices. We have icons coming up. 2016 started having less formal groups. 2017 to 2019, we start seeing women in the top images, women coding or as business leaders. The color changes to be more warm and kind of inviting. And then 2020, of course, the top download in the pandemic took us to the virtual meeting. 2021, the top download was the dark depths of home. 2022 was the first time the top download had a virtual overlay. That became really popular around then. And then as well as the first time woman of color was in the top download for work. 2023, the top download was returning back to the office as the happy employee. So as you can see, over 10 years, like the pixels changed drastically. And the reason I'm talking about this in the context of machine learning and AI is that this is the training data, and the training data changes, the pixels change over time as our society evolves and changes. And so we can see that same evolution over other topics, energy sources, historical images of more oil rigs. Today, more imagery is more common of wind turbines and solar panels. Mental health over a decade ago was probably visualized and depicted in this very dark person alone in a room on their own, whereas today it's much more depicted in the sense of grappling with and working through mental health in your day-to-day life. Depictions of family have changed. Literally the pixels of what we consider family have changed to be more multi-generational, multiracial, LGBTQ, different models of family living in the context of a home or a new home. So these pixels matter in training all types of models, but today I'm focused on generative models. This is a diagram showing a diffusion process, which is like the technical backbone of image and video generation models. And so what you're seeing is on the upper left, a picture of a dog. That's a picture that was shot with a camera, so a real picture. And then the model basically adds noise to that picture, and then the model is trying to synthetically create a dog out of that noise. So that's what you see in the bottom left. And the machine learns by basically looking at the difference between the input and the output. That's its loss, updates the model, and learns accordingly. And so you can see the pixels matter so much to teaching that model. So if you teach the model the concept of energy and you feed it oil rigs versus if you feed it solar panels, that makes a big difference in what that model has learned and understands about our society and our world. So we're at the 20th anniversary today. What will we look like in 20 years? What will our imagery look like? Imagine you're walking down BART. What picture will you see? And what will it be of? Will it be of people? Will it be of technology? Will it be of robots in our household? Will it be shot with a camera and be real? Will it be synthetic? Will it be AI generated? It doesn't really matter. What matters is that it's telling a story that's evoking an emotion and capturing attention. But what does matter is that we have the option of both, that we sustain and create a very renewable ecosystem for creatives so that we have many modalities from which to get our imagery. So this is a lot of image generation and video generation models today are trained by scraping content from the internet. Most of you probably know that. They basically scrape all images and text and associated text, and they train an image generation model or a video generation model. We did a survey at Getty Images with our customers. So our customers are creatives, designers, people who are working with creative imagery, and found that basically 38% have concerns about legal and licensing concerns, and 33% have concerns about photographers being compensated and losing their jobs. And so there's real concern out there about how these models are being trained, that they're being trained on scraped content and not adhering to copyright and making sure that there's compensation back to those original creators. And I share this concern too, and just to break it down a little bit more, as society evolves, so for example, more people using electric cars, as we saw earlier, society evolves, the pixels evolve, and as that visual depiction changes, we need photographers to capture that change. Those images, those videos become our training data. We build AI gen models, but if there's no payment back to the original creators, it disincentivizes that creations to continue to capture our society as we continue to change and evolve. So this is really what I've been spending a lot of time thinking about, which is we want these generative models are data hungry. They use a ton of data, and so we need to get them as much data as possible to continue to innovate these technologies. Balanced with, we need to create a sustainable ecosystem that really protects creators and make sure that it's a renewable system where we continue to have human created data that captures our world. And so, I have a very technical data science, math oriented at my heart, but I also do art and painting outside of work. And so I bring these two things together to really see there has to be a way of how do we balance these two things. AI innovation, more data, but also sustainable ecosystem for creators. So one example of that at Getty Images in the image space is that we trained our own image generator model from scratch. It is different from all the other image generator models out there. It has been trained only on licensed content, so not on scraped content in any way, shape, or form. And there's no, basically it's around 200 million images and videos that are in the Creative Library, fully licensed from photographers, and then a compensation goes back to those photographers. So basically on a recurring basis, as a percentage of revenue, those photographers are getting paid as this generator makes money. But if we want to try to expand this model to all types of models, there are certain issues that come up. So one of them is that some types of models, like video models, LLMs, physical world models, require a lot more data. And there's literally not enough large enough pools of licensable content to be able to train those models. And so what we really need, that I don't think we have enough research or innovation happening in right now, is basically attribution methods. How do you identify when there's an output from generation, which training data contributed to it more or less? Or if you're an artist or a creator or photographer who is looking at a model as a black box, how do you know if your content was trained with it? There's really we were doing so much innovation in these generative models and very little innovation, technical innovation, on how do we assign attribution and really understand the creative inputs to these outputs. There's also a need for more of a nuanced framework about how we think about this. So in the industry today, it's a very polarized conversation. People are pro protect creatives and license content and give them compensation, and there's people that are pro scraping of data and fair use. And I think that there's actually a middle ground that's much more nuanced. So for example, in academia or in research, like maybe you don't need to compensate creatives because you're not competing with them in the outputs. Or something like if you're trying to help cure cancer, curing cancer is very different than generating images or generating videos. And maybe how we approach this can be different for those. Creators don't need to be compensated if we're curing cancer because it's not impeding on their revenues and their sort of source of livelihood in selling photography. And then this whole landscape becomes much more complex because there's differences across different countries. We heard earlier this morning some of the interesting ML innovations in Japan. There's a lot of innovations happening in Japan, China, US, UK, EU, but all these countries are simultaneously developing their regulation, and they're developing their regulation in different ways, sometimes in opposing ways. And so how do we have kind of a framework that it allows for the AI innovation, allows for the creator ecosystem to be renewed and thrive, but then also accounts for the complexity of these different countries. What I'm showing on the screen is a really interesting project that came out of the UK recently, where basically 1,000 musicians or artists who are opposing a lot of the kind of regulation in the UK made this album on Spotify. You can go and listen to it. It's basically a whole album of songs recording an empty studio, so kind of highlighting what if all of our musicians went away? What would that world look like? What would that world hear and sound like? So it's very interesting if you want to go and watch it or listen to it. Okay, so basically, as I showed earlier, our society is very rich, it's very evolving. We like to capture that evolution over time. And in 20 years from now, I really want to make sure that we're still capturing what our society looks like, the richness of it. There's things like people are living longer. What do their lifestyles look like? How do we capture that? As technology shifts and changes, as our clothes and trends change, we're constantly evolving, and creators and photographers and artists are really important for capturing the progressiveness of society, as all of you well know because you're here today. And so just making sure that we're developing these technologies in a way that creates that renewable ecosystem. And thank you.
So I'd like to welcome now our last speaker, Zina Wang, who's a PhD student here in rhetoric at UC Berkeley. Her research revolves around the history of digital media, East Asian visual culture, and post-war French philosophy. Her current work explores the Silicon fever at the intersection between a theoretical impasse of revolution and the booming of semiconductor production in Cold War East Asia. She's also studied Buddhist art, economics, and digital media at University of Chicago, and is currently on the editorial board of the journal Qui Parle here at Berkeley. So welcome, Zina.
Okay, so thank you for coming with what I shared at the beginning of this immature beginning of the project. So I want to begin with a statement. You know, your computer is a photography, is a photograph. The statement comes from computer scientist Kenneth Stieglitz with specific reference to the photolithographic processes of chip making, which transfer patterns from a photomask to a silicon or germanium substrate using light. It is used to produce almost all semiconductor devices today. My talk today will examine and then problematize this statement. As pointed out by Kyle Stein, who also embraced this chip photograph analogy, digital and optical technologies have always been interrelated. But my question today is, how did this interrelation take place? We'll first return to the invention of the term photolithography itself in the context of semiconductor production. From 1952 to 58, Jay Lathrop and James Snell worked at a project at US Army Fuse Lab to develop a miniature transistorized microcircuit for radio proximity fuses like the one on the right. The state-of-the-art diffuse-based technique, is not moving? Oh. Yeah, so this was the first statement. This was the so now this is the lab and fuse that we've been talking about. So in this state-of-the-art diffuse-based technique, the transistor's region was defined by etching a mesa structure, like the one you see on the left. So typically a drop of black wax was placed over the transistor structure, which protected it from a chemical etch. These removed germanium material around the wax, giving the transistor a profile like a geological mesa. Snell and Lathrop decided to produce a small mesa and even smaller electrical contacts to the emitter and the base, indeed too small to operate with wax. The solution they turned to was the Eastman Kodak photoresist, which was then being promoted for industrial uses in metal etching and production of circuit boards onto which the transistors are attached, but not yet used directly to produce the transistors. After coating the germanium wafer with a thin layer of photoresist, they realized they had no way of directly producing the patterns in the small dimensions they needed. The solution they come up uses a microscope which, quote-unquote, they ran in reverse. It began with a standard trinocular microscope where a Polaroid camera is attached to the top tube and the light source coming from the side, and that's the black box on the right, to light up the sample from above. Therefore, it is also called a metallurgical microscope because the metal samples are not transparent enough for bottom-up lighting. The microscope's lenses are such that the camera's focal plane was the same as that of the observer's eye, so that the observer can adjust the sample with the stage and focus knob and then open the shutter to expose the film. So somewhat like a rangefinder camera. In the modified microscope, however, a large-scale pattern, like a photographic negative, was placed in the top tube, and light was shone down the tube through the pattern. A reduced image of the pattern was then projected onto the photoresist covered germanium slice below. The observer then positioned through the stage and the knob where the projected pattern should fall. To expose the photoresist after alignment, a red filter needs to be removed from the light path of the main tube. Because just like most other photographic films, Kodak photoresist was insensitive to red light. This feature is also visible in later photolithographic productions using iconic red rubylite masking film. So the result with alloy emitter and base contact and connected to a printed circuitry looked like something on the left. But it took a long time for the photoresist to be exposed, and the method was not very economical at that point. Nonetheless, Neil and Lathrop filed the patent in 1957 and published a paper in 1958, giving the process the name photolithography. But as Lathrop himself puts, the process involves not lithography, but etching, and they used the name just because it sounded cooler. Indeed, it is not at all relevant to the original photolithography invented in the 19th century, which first exposes the negative onto a stone surface coated with gelatin, then printed with roll-on ink. A second misconception of the technique, as Lathrop himself too noted, was the association of the process with photography, which was readily picked up by the popular press at the time and continued until today. Rather, this process is precisely not photographic, because in the original microscope, which approximates a photographic machine, light first reaches the observed object, then reflected through the lenses, and arrives at the same time the exposed film in the camera and the vision of the observer. On the other hand, in the reverse microscope, you see the reverse direction of the arrows, the light enters from above, being filtered by the photomask through the lenses and arrives at a wafer waiting to be exposed. In the first case, the entire apparatus serves as an extended camera, where the observer sees a reflection of the illuminated object through the lenses, and due to a shared focal plane, can identify their perception with the image of the captured photograph. In the second case, however, the apparatus approximates more a projector than a camera. The negative is projected onto a photosensitive screen, almost. The observer now operates an invisible image, that is a mask, in the tube, and can only anticipate its effect on a material substrate yet to be exposed. The perception, therefore, can no longer anchor itself. In her work on cinematic scale, Mariano has pointed out how projection involves a tendency of abstraction and disembodiment. Recalling how in the psychoanalytic notion of projection as recognizing in others something that the patient refuses to recognize in themselves, like the invisible film against a visible screen or invisible mask against the germanium, Dunn puts, cinema projection generates a confusion about the location of the image, abstracting location itself, a desire to lose oneself in an image outgrowth of destabilization. It might be not a coincidence that early in her book, Dunn evokes Limanovich's idea of the digital media as pure abstraction and a medium without mediality. Indeed, terms like de-distancing and over-simulation seem not unfamiliar as a critique of the digital, whose universality was made precisely possible through the photolithographic process as a technology of projection. Unlike photography, projection does not retain a hierarchical structure of representation in which perception can fix and localize itself. But on the other hand, unlike cinematic projection, whose end product is an intangible image on the screen for perception, the end product of photolithographic image photolithography is an altered photosensitive surface, a tangible image, not for the consumption of perception. With this, another equally important process has taken place, that is, the mechanization of light. In cinematic projection, as Dominic Bayani puts, there is an illuminous beam of light totally foreign to the image, which corresponds with Hegelian notion of light as that in refusal of all mediations. But in photolithography, light must become mediation. It must become an object of manipulation, indeed the only tangible and operable object, stitching together on one hand an invisible negative of mask, and on the other hand a semiconductor pattern that is yet to come. In other words, it becomes a material touch that sculptures the semiconductor object. It is therefore not unexpectable, therefore, that the first projection-style photolithographic machine was produced by Ushio, a light source manufacturer for microscopes and cinema projectors. But before that, we need to return to the immediate history of semiconductor manufacturing, which largely bypassed Neil and Lathrop's experiment. Until 1970s, the industry was dominated by contact photolithography, which does not involve projection. The large design is first photographed and then made into a one-to-one size mask placed directly onto the photosensitive surface. There was no need for a complex optical system because there's no space for destruction to occur. Ushio, on the other hand, was one of the first producers of gas discharge lamps, such as dichrome, xenon, and mercury arc lamps. But these specialized, very bright lamps had only limited usage. Xenon arc lamps, for example, were initially only used as a vector light source for microscopes. By complicating the lamp itself using mirrors and lenses into a lamp house, by mid-50s they will be widely used in movie theaters and continue to be used until today. Dichrome arc lamps were also built into projection devices and sold to research institutes as light source for various microscopes. On the other hand, mercury arc lamp was produced using photocopy machines, and these were forgot. Xerox was originally a manufacturer of photographic paper. And later, high-pressure mercury lamps, because it can generate ultraviolet light, were used as a light source for electromagnetic oscillographs and fluorescent microscopes, and in the 50s became the standard light source for contact lithographic production. Since Ushio had been supplying light source for semiconductor manufacturers, it was asked to consider a non-contact type machine to avoid the common damage when removing the contact mask from the wafer. Like the experiment at the Fuse Lab, Ushio's first projection type machine initiated from the idea to reverse work a camera using a projection system. Two major problems emerged in the process. The first concerns the loss of brightness, right, when the projection system installed between the mask and the wafer. And a complex optical system with additional lenses and mirrors were introduced to further concentrate the light source. The second question was the optical aberration of the lenses, so that while the sharp image in the center, the edges are always remain fuzzy. Like the brightness problem, additional lenses and mirrors are required to cancel out aberration, and contemporary projection system often involves unthinkably complex optical systems to obtain a sharp image at nanoscale with minimum wavelength. Both of these problems, the brightness problem and the fuzzy edge due to aberration, were in fact earlier problems readily encountered in cinematic projection, as it also concerns the dropping of perpendicular light onto a two-dimensional surface. It might be said maybe precisely because Ushio's experience with cinematic projectors helped it produce the lithography machine from the scratch. Together with photocopy machines and oscillographs and these projection-based technologies haunting at the edge of cinema appears as an alternative genealogy, as what Daniel Morgan found in Godard, a cinema without photograph. Rather than the recording capabilities of the camera, it displays the ontology of cinema from the question of reality and representation onto a material-oriented relation. Indeed, Godard put projection in the center identity of cinema, which distinguishes itself from television as a media of openness. Here he invokes Newton, who was precisely criticized in the Hegelian theory of light as that without mediation. And here is said in direct opposition with a theory in which light necessarily becomes matter. The cinematic light always rarely have a power of sculpting the space, as Don also pointed out with avant-garde filmmaking. But with the history of photolithography and other projection technologies, maybe we shall follow Godard and consider this material movement not anti-projection, but precisely made possible and very much in accord with projection at the heart of cinematic apparatus. The figure who brought this material-centered tradition into film theory, arguably, is Elie Favre, who wrote in 1920 that the cinema is first and foremost plastic. It represents architecture in motion. Unlike many others, Favre's departing point was not perception. The cinema is not an illusion of movement, but real movement, a moving architecture in a landscape with which it forms a dynamic relationship. This architecture, precisely emerging in the projection of the film, becomes a reality drawing together the material film, the cinematic apparatus, and the audience. And here, unlike Krokow's suspicion of machinic movement, Favre invites us to consider the plastic arts, the forms of art most densely laden with matter and materiality, as precisely a machine of movement. There is no body without rhythm, no body or materiality without a machine of movement. So let's bring us to the last slide and quote. This architecture or machine of movement is not a given of the cinema, because the latter can always fall prey to the cinemimic, to a reductive mode of cinema that conceals its potential because it mimics natural perception. Rather, the true cineplast creates a new kind of architecture akin to a generative space, quote-unquote, within the walls of the brain. This new architecture, let me read this part in full, constitute themselves, collapse, and reconstitute themselves again, ceaselessly by imperceptible passages of tones and modeling that will themselves be architecture at every instant, without our being able to grasp the thousandth part of a second in which the transition takes place. All of a sudden, we are almost wondering whether Favre was talking about cinema or of microcircuits, right? Of that speed of electronic transition far beyond and below the threshold of human perception. Indeed, the computational architecture, produced precisely by growingly complicated photolithographical procedures, can be considered a movement akin to the cineplastic, which is at once both concrete as a material process and abstract as a digital operation. The question of photolithography is, therefore, can we consider computational media today as the ultimate cineplast that emerged from and intensifies the movement architecture of projection?
Hi, I'd like to invite the panelists up to the stage for a very short post-panel discussion. Unfortunately, David Bates only has about 5 minutes, so I invite him up to give his response, and then we'll have another 10 minutes for further discussion.
Thanks. Thanks so much for these papers. I took a ton of notes, and if I had more time to reflect, I could probably do a lot with the intersections between all these papers, but I'll just say that the one theme that I noticed so strongly between all of the papers is really this really interesting relationship between technical structures and different forms of mediation that reveal things that are invisible, insensible, something that maybe doesn't even exist until the mediation takes place. So whether it was the smudged and error-ridden drawings of Kate that reveal something that you can't see in a photograph, or the astronomical simulations that create, in some ways, the data that they're going to analyze rather than simply represent it. And with Zina's very complicated projection metaphor where the object is actually created again through a technical object. And there's a lot about revelation in machine learning and generative AI as well. So I don't really have much more to say about each paper because I don't have the time. And I hope that they have some time to talk among themselves. So I'll just say thanks again for 4 great papers, and they really fit together so nicely. So thanks. Thanks.
Oh, wait for me.
Well, I'll borrow the question from the last panel, which I thought yielded some really interesting answers, which is like, how did you get to this project that you're working on, and where are you thinking of taking it? We heard a little bit of that from Brooke, but yeah, from the others, or Brooke have more to say. Thank you. Really great papers.
So this was the beginning of a larger project I've been thinking of, because with the rich, how to put it, like the whole mountain of past arguments about photography and the question of ontology, so it's cinema photography. When it moves into the realm of the digital media, it often seems to correspond more with the screen image, right? And even with sort of more current argument against the screen image, is sort of be trapped in this more phenomenological approach, while the question of the hardware, right, the more material aspects of this of the digital is also, and absolutely not less, related to this whole history and genealogy of photography and the cinematic, and the whole bunch of theoretical sources that we can possibly draw from. And I think this is the beginning of this attempt to bring them together, to rethink about the concept of the digital image, right? Like the chip itself is also this digital image, right, as a very tangible and material one.
I was reflecting on this kind of this week. One of my first projects here when I was at Berkeley was machine-generated poetry. It was probably 8-9-ish years ago. And when I was doing that project, I was really, really fascinated and grappling with a lot of questions around, like, is this a new genre? Is it a different genre? Is this a good technology? Is this a bad technology? Is this a tool? Is this a collaborator? Is this like, who's the author? Is it the prompter? We didn't have the word prompter then. Developer? Is it the folks that contributed to the training data set? And so a lot of those same questions that really, really fascinated me when I was here are still coming into the things that I'm drawn to today, just in an industry job. And so that's kind of the origin of those thoughts.
So this project, I'm trying to keep a short answer here. So my first book was about drone warfare. My second book is about drone warfare, and this is my third book, and it's also about drone warfare. And so I'm hoping that this is the last one I have to write, and I can move on to my next book project, which is going to be about bureaucracy and paper and killing people through paper. This project is very much in tandem with people not understanding what I wrote, and so I thought maybe if I drew it, they would get it. And so I'm hoping that in the third project, because I draw the pictures for them, maybe they will understand what I was actually trying to say, or maybe I will do a better job of conveying what I'm actually trying to say in the sort of third time through. It also is very much in conversation with my history. I was trained as a photographer. I've done lots of work in darkrooms. I loved being a photographer, and now I don't do it anymore. I met Hillary in 2016, and she similarly was a new media artist. She did her MFA in new media art at Irvine in the 90s, and both of us were like, we're done with the digital. And so we had this project where we started drawing the things that we were trying to think about. And so it's been an ongoing collaborative project that will probably take another 10 years to actually get published, and no one wants the book. So if anyone has any, if anyone knows any publishers who want a weird drawing art project about drone warfare between two sort of strangely interdisciplinary artist, please come talk to me because we really would like to find a place for this.
Okay, well, I never was trained in photography and also didn't study astronomy or physics. I somehow escaped all these topics through all my education. And so I think when I was trying to understand early photography, and I realized how weird it is. I happened to be running away from my dissertation and laying on the floor often under a skylight in Seattle where I could see stars. And it kind of hit me that like, this is the same thing. You know, and the early history of photography and astronomy are really intertwined, where, you know, when it's announced by an astronomer who's saying, we'll use this to map the moon and record starlight. And John Herschel, who is the astronomer who drew the nebulae, who's the son of William Herschel, named photography. And one of the first photographs is of William Herschel's telescope. So like there's all these interconnections that I've always found interesting. And I really like the astrophysicists at Stony Brook. So that's why I got into that.
I believe we can take 2 more questions.
Thank you so much for your presentations. I have one of those big kind of questions that maybe is not a real question. How did you address this like slippery issue around language, reality, and representation? Because it seems like it keeps coming up. There's this idea of like projection versus material, real versus illusion. So I'm just wondering, did you or how did you come across this like problem, this like slippage between reality, representation, and like the language we use to describe these things?
You're asking everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah. It came up in a lot of you talk about projection, for sure. There's a lot of ways to talk about that.
Yeah, so I think what's interesting in the last bit of my work is how this tendency of abstraction, right, and this process of concrete movements, they were actually never in opposition of each other, right? It is when we think about the semiconductor image, right? The actually made semiconductor image, it is most material and most concrete in the moment when it is most abstract and most, akin to all the possibility of the digital world, right? So it's never. So it's yeah. That's what I'm about to say.
That's a really great question for the panelist. It does a really good job of sort of bringing a lot of the themes together, so thank you. I think one of the reasons why I started thinking about targeted killing and drone warfare is it does seem to be this real instance where what we're looking at on screen affects the material world and kills people. It executes enormous violence. And I think we need new ways of thinking about that do more to point out that the representation is deeply entangled with the ways in which, and I think what I really liked about all the papers today is I think this question of the ways in which materiality and representation are part of this same story web problem. And I really like the ways in which both, all of the papers are sort of pointing us to the material forms of visuality and the ways in which that is also sort of part of the problem of representation.
I think for me, I'd also say you realize the more you start trying to critique the way the representation is not quite reality, you also start realizing how much reality is, like the definition of reality is sort of molded according to conventional notions around representation. So this double motion, I think, is something I'm interested in all the different media I look at, and tracing how those words operate is a really good way to get at some of those paradoxes and tensions. Do you have a microphone?
Yeah, I think the thing that's coming to mind is like in this world of generative content and generative imagery, generative visuals, more and more need to kind of tag such content as such of like, this is real, this is synthetic, this is real versus this is fake, right? And that's like this binary tag. But as was illuminated with some of the talks today is like, when you take a picture with a camera, the person behind the camera is electing what is in the frame and what's out of the frame, right? So that's still like a curated sense of what's real, and not that it's necessarily fake, but it's curated. And so keeping that in mind as we think about, like, I think all of us going forward have to be more discerning and more critical of the visuals that we see, and we've had to do that in the past with things like Photoshop, but doing that even more rigorously today.
That gets back to Stuart's paper too, I think really interestingly. Stuart's right? like what happens when like a whole photographic archive gets like summarized, and so it's we no longer think of it as indexical, but it takes on like a different kind of authority because it stands in for like the average of, and that it's different kinds of problems of representation that I think generative imaging makes us ask, that we think back to parameters of photography in order to grapple with how it's different now.
I can take one more question, I believe, and then we will take a 10-minute break, is that right? And then start more or less promptly at 3:15. More or less.
You're like, let people free.
Thank you so much for your different talks. I was wondering if you could tell something about your impression of what kind of implicit ethics are in the current image practices you're seeing from your different perspectives, and I'm especially looking at Getty Images. Yeah, what's the ethical perspective you're seeing there in this kind of image practice?
I feel like there's a lot of things wrapped up in ethical, but I think along the lines of what I just said, of like really making clear when a photograph of something is real versus fake is something, and in real photography, making sure that we're really representing the world and not just the stereotypes of the world. And so how do we make sure we have diversity of people and body shapes and people in different experiences, and really capturing that and surfacing that? Like, it's a big library, and so if somebody comes to gettyimages.com and they search for nurse, they're going to see a set of images that's like this mirror reflecting back to the world. And so how do there's hundreds of thousands, if not millions, images of nurse in the library, and so how do we choose the like top 10, top 20, top 30 that kind of reflect society in the most objective way we can? I think there's a lot of like ethical questions baked into those technical decisions. I don't know if that answers though. Some thoughts.
I think a lot of times people say seeing is knowing, and I think that's, something that we can all think about. I think one thing I'm interested in is how seeing is not knowing. And again, sort of thinking about the drone perspective as aiming to produce knowledge, but maybe not actually seeing or not actually knowing. And so part of why I turned to drawing as a practice was, again, the sort of fallibility and the forms of error and the forms of not knowing and being confused and being fuzzy and being mixed up, for me were, those are always in all of the images, and in lots of the images, like that's what we were just pulling out of the image. There's all these existing fuzzy details that everyone just ignores when they talk about like the precision view, and instead it's always looks like a pretty blurry image to me. And so there's a kind of reversal there. And I don't know, I'm not really a very hopeful person, so I don't know if that's like going to make anything better, but it at least represents the confusion that I feel, and I wonder if there's something about that you know, that I think ethics also often comes with a bunch of grandiose principles, and I wonder if there's like sort of starting from forms of fallibility, we might start from a different starting point.
For the astronomical imaging, I think the implicit ethic of the scientists is, you know, be objective, get at the truth. And as maybe you can pick up, like one of the things I'm interested in is if you come at it from a more, the thing we know from art and aesthetics is kind of what you're saying. You could call it a curated view, but you could also say, you know, it has form, it is mediation, and every view is particular, even just from a different viewing position. Like everything is particularized. So how is that already happening and already the case always? And if you, the kind of humility that requires, when you realize even your physics equations are lossy, guys. You know what I mean? Like you didn't account for every single blade of grass, right? And that humility is really, it's one of the reasons I love thinking about the case of this really exaggerated scope of the cosmos, because it really forces you to come up against that. And what would it mean if you started from there? I totally agree.
Yeah, I don't have much to add to this great points. And what I'm thinking about also is how, you know, think about how the process all started, right, with this Fuse lab and, you know, all the military-related origins of the technologies that we've all sort of experienced today. And think about the distinction between ethical and moral through the Spinozian tradition. I'm thinking about how it is not only, you know, it's always a mode of almost have a technological facade, right, in which a certain mode of dealing with things creates this question and problem of ethicality and the question that, you know, we all sort of face today.
Okay. All right. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Please take your seats. We're about to get started. So this is our third and final panel of the day, Race and Popular Culture. Our faculty respondent will be former BCNM Director Abigail DeKosnik, who will introduce the speakers. Gail?
All right, thanks, Jacqueline. I'm going to introduce the speakers, each of them in turn, right before their talks. So our first speaker today is Naomi Bragin. Naomi Maklalad Bragin works at the intersections of movement, sound, and word. She's an associate professor in the School of Interdisciplinary Arts and Sciences at University of Washington, Bothell. Her book, Kinetic, right, Naomi? Kinetic California, or is it Kinethic? Ah, it is. Kinethic California, Dancing, Funk, and Disco-Era Kinships is part of the Studies in Dance series at University of Michigan Press and available as an open ebook through support of the National Endowment of Humanities. Please welcome Naomi.
Thank you, Gail. So today I'm going to just take a little bit of time to reflect on my current artistic practice. Can everyone hear me? Hopefully. Just let me know in the chat if there's problems. So yeah, I'm going to take some time today to reflect on my artistic practice that goes by the name Little Brown Language, and I've been engaging this performance collaborative for the last 4 or 5 years with local artists in Seattle, where I live and work, and and all of the artists that I work with and who I engage this practice with are also part of the community as community organizers and cultural activists. So part of the work that I see us doing in Little Brown Language is solidarity work, and hopefully I'll have a chance to speak a little bit more specifically to that. I'm going to look at the Little Brown Language project through the lens of translation, and specifically translation as medium, the ways that we utilize translation in our creative process, and both as a way of accessing unknown languages, or possibly languages that we've been separated from through our histories of migration, cultural assimilation, colonization, and also thinking about translation as a medium between forms, which we access in our bodies: sound, movement, music, dance, writing, poetry, song. And within the context of translation, of course, there's always a loss. And so what's really important to the kind of aesthetics that we are interested in working with and developing and creating together is not so much trying to resolve that loss, but to allow loss to become an active presence in the moment of performance. And what we've been doing recently, we just had what we call an activation this last Sunday, which is why I'm injured and not there. I mean, actually, I got injured while preparing for the activation and then had to also perform. But part of the work that we're interested in doing is being able to access our migration stories as a way of also allowing a collective experience of grieving to happen within community and with the communities in which we're embedded. In this case, the Seattle Chinatown International District, that goes more popularly here in Seattle as the ID, or the CID. And so again, like I was saying, translation, loss accompanies translation, and rather than trying to resolve the loss, we allow our grieving of that loss to become a collective experience. And we're interested in the ways that that collective experience can then allow community healing. Okay, so a little bit about how I approach cultural identity in this practice. So I like to say that music is my mother tongue. My mother is a first-generation immigrant from the Philippines. Her mother tongue was Tagalog, and she specifically Batangueño from the Batangas province in southern Luzon, the big islands. She was trained, highly trained in Western classical music. She is a concert pianist. And so when she came here, she actually raised me within the Western classical music tradition, and I played with her for many years on the violin. And so, although I did not have, my experience of a migration story wasn't direct, I didn't experience a direct loss of land or language, I did experience this separation from land and language that I became then very interested in exploring. How do I reconnect with language in a multi-voiced way that isn't reductive to this idea of reclaiming a whole cultural identity, but that more is interested in the ways that identity can become a fluid space of reimagination. And that's also very important for brown and queer communities to build new possibilities, build new possibilities for worlds in which our multi-voicedness, our collectivities, our collective knowledge-making practices can become, materially, visible. And so the other aspect of this cultural identity, this cultural identity practice, I guess you could say, that I'm deconstructing in the work, is drawing on my experiences as someone who is navigating queer nightlife spaces and very much connecting to a language of artistic expression that I found within underground club spaces, and specifically house music and dance. And it seemed in some ways like such a huge bridge between, or such a huge divide between Western classical music traditions and house music and dance. But I became very interested in the kind of possibilities of mixing and translating between these different forms within my artistic practice. And in the process, how I could actually begin to dig into the hidden histories of language loss and language loss within the context of the Philippines. So just a little bit about that and what Little Brown Language actually means. That was the title of an essay that was penned by a white American superintendent in the early 20th century. The title of the essay was Little Brown Language, and it really was this discourse of purity, like very Enlightenment discourse of this idea that these native Filipino school teachers who were teaching English to kids in the Philippines were actually butchering the language. They were polluting the language because they spoke with these kind of wild, unruly accents. And so I thought, oh, well, it'd be interesting to actually sit with this idea of Little Brown Language as a possibility and to basically appropriate that discourse and allow Little Brown Language to become a mantra, for a brownness that is about embodied knowledges, about the quote-unquote non-rational knowledges, and also about the collectively made and shared knowledges that we practice as a collaborative Little Brown Language. And so it is this idea that I'm really interested in. I'm interested in this undoing of the colonial imposition of purity and of the space of individualized knowledge. So I want to skip ahead because I know that this is a short presentation, and I haven't even had a chance to really share some of the work. So I'm going to see if I can switch to another screen here. Let me see what I want to do. Okay. Just bear with me for one moment. Are you able to see my shared screen? Because I'm not sure if you're seeing what I'm seeing. I'm going to just stop for a second and reshare just to make sure. Okay, I think I'm just sharing so you should hopefully see the image of Milvia in 3. Okay, great, you can. All right, so this is one of my collaborators, Milvia, and just to quickly note my collaborators, I'm mixed race Filipino and Eastern European. Milvia is Afro-Venezuelan, and my other collaborators are African American. We're all women and queer identified, and then Aviona is Mexican and African American. And Afro-Mexican. So we also, all of the migration stories that we are translating through our bodies are very much about looking into the unknown that has the ways that we have lost certain kinds of access and how we reconnect with our ancestral lineages through these practices of movement. So we decided in this last 5 minutes, okay, I'm going to go straight to place and the importance of place in this work. So our most recent activation took place at a place called A Resting Place, which is a grief and loss cultural resource center in the International District in Seattle, Chinatown. And this place was important because it sits between the Union Cultural Center, which is a center for African diasporic dances, and Novia, who's pictured here, is also the director of Movimiento Afro-Latino Seattle, which holds office space and does a lot of events there. On the across from there is the Tai Tung restaurant where Bruce Lee was famed to always frequent, and Derek Disson, who is the steward and host of A Resting Place, his grandfather lived in the apartment over that restaurant. Then on the other side of King Street, there is the King Street Station, which is the train station, and also houses the Office of Arts and Culture. That is the primary state-funded institution for funding the arts in Seattle. And so we decided to do this work at A Resting Place so that we could situate our migration stories within the context of a center that is created out of grieving. Derek is also a cultural organizer, a grief counselor, and a community advocate with API Chaya, which is an organization for victims of gender-based violence and domestic violence. And so the kinds of spiritual energies that we were accessing within the space became really part of our collaboration. We understood and understand the space as a collaborator in creating our work, and this intention to move beyond this individualized notion of knowledge. So in this image, you can see the mirrors, and the mirrors became actually when the guests who came in to experience our performance activation sat and were able to see themselves reflected in the mirrors as we danced, as we moved. And I'll show you that here. These are three of my collaborators. You might be able to see me kind of reflected in the very back, and I'm holding what's called a tarima, a box drum, over my head. As they watch me, my reflection is then multiply reflected to the guests who have come into the space, and to myself and to my collaborators. And so we found this kind of notion of collaborating with the space and its capacities as really important for the kind of work that we want to do. Finally, I will share maybe a little bit of our music. So this is the Hail Mary chant that we do. So you're hearing multiple voices of women stomping on the box drums or tarimas, which come out of the Mexican, Afro-Mexican tradition of fandango. And we use those in more improvisatory ways to connect with as a metaphor for this idea of connecting with land. Another medium that we use is a looper, and so here's an example of that.
Caracas, Venezuela. Caracas, Venezuela. Caracas, Venezuela. Aquí estamos encantando, comemorando, celebrando.
And so in that, I was using a looper to basically loop my voice and create this effect of multiple voices singing together. And so through these kinds of mediums, we are able to create a sense of connection to the multiple languages that exist within us, and also to create this sense and this sense experience of the multiple, which is very much key to the aesthetic that we are creating as a collective. Finally, I just want to say that the way that we're working is an interweaving of our spiritual practices as healers with our artistic practices and our practices as community organizers. And so even down to something like we're beginning to talk about like collective budgeting in our practice, and how do we all participate in the work of sharing our funding resources and deciding deciding in each of the various elements of our work as a collective, how do we resist some of these more individualized practices that have been sort of like the typical way of doing artistic work. I think, do I have any more time? If I do, I can share some more, maybe some yeah. Okay, great. Thanks.
All right, our next speaker is Caitlin Marshall. Caitlin is a theater and performance historian. Her manuscript in progress, Power in the Tongue, Sounding America in Red, Black, and Brown, is a cultural history of what it meant to sound American in the nation's first independent century. She received an honorable mention for the 2024 Vera Mowry Roberts Award from the American Drama and Theater Society, and was a recipient of the 2023 Cambridge University Press Prize and the 2021 Research Fellowship at the American Society for Theater Research. Her writing is published or forthcoming from Theater History Studies, Theater Survey, Theater Journal, Studies in Musical Theater, Journal of the American Musicological Society, Performance Matters, Postmodern Culture, 20th Century Music, and Sounding Out. Come on up, Caitlin.
Oh, sure. That. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go rogue for a minute. Oh, yeah. That one. I just want to say what a tremendous privilege it is to be here to celebrate the 20th anniversary of BCNM, which really nurtured me during my time in graduate school here. And thank you to the faculty, to many of my wonderful peers that I'm seeing today, again for the first time in many, many years. BCNM has always been a place of mutual support and care, wild scholarly imagination, and don't forget fun. So also shout out to Gail DeKosdik, my dissertation chair. It's a conference, everybody. Let's have a good time. Thank you as well to the faculty, staff, and students who have organized this today. So thank you to Caleb. Where's Caleb? Caleb is doing things. I love it. Thank you to Jacqueline, to Raphael, to Laura, and Tom. Much appreciation. And before I get rolling here, two final words. My talk today is dedicated to Jonathan Stern, who we just recently lost very tragically, which leads me to an apology, because I'm supposed to be talking about sound studies, but I'm sorry, I'm not. That was overly ambitious. So today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about blackface minstrelsy and sideshow, and how we can analyze popular 19th century media forms to reveal Black disability aesthetics as a new medium of perception. Okay. So my talk today is titled Archival Double Consciousness, Japanese Tommy and Racial Aggrandizement. Amazing. If you follow this QR code, it'll take you to a digital access copy of the talk. Please feel free to follow along, and there's also some citations embedded in there as well. I'll give everybody a few seconds. Okay. Oh, I see some more. Here we go. Is it actually working? Oh my God, look at that. Okay. So what you see here is an 1860s broadside advertising a performance by Thomas Dilworth, a freeborn disabled black man who integrated all-white blackface minstrelsy troupes before and after the Civil War. The broadside features a woodcut image of Dilworth. He's wearing a dapper three-piece suit. He's standing next to a high-back upholstered wooden chair, and the accoutrements of his professional fancy dress, which are a top hat and a cane, are leaning on the chair beside him. The edges of the broadside are decorated with large, green, orientalized font that proclaim his stage name, which was Japanese Tommy. And I don't have time in the talk to discuss this particular aspect of racialization, but my colleague Tara Rodman has a wonderful award-winning essay called Japan Black in Theater Survey, and I encourage you to check it out. It discusses Dilworth as the innovator of a proto-yellowface in the 1860s. Around the woodcut, so in the green font on either side, there's publicity that reads the following. Quote, "The celebrated Negro comedian and burlesque prima donna, the most wonderful specimen of black humanity in existence, 35 years of age and only 36 inches high, the Tom Thumb of Africa," which is in quotations, "will appear at each representation." As the African Tom Thumb, Dilworth performed a complex black-faced minstrel citation of this person here. This is Charles Stratton. He was a white little person and sideshow performer who went by the sobriquet General Tom Thumb. 4 years earlier, so in 1856, Stratton donned blackface to perform the role of Tom Tit, an enslaved character in Dread, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp. So this is a broadside advertisement of the play. We have here at center an oversized etching of Stratton, and it's encircled by the billing General Tom Thumb as Tom Tit in the new moral drama Dread. Stratton appears in blackface as Tom Tit, which we can tell from the grayscale composition and the contrast between a black curly wig he's wearing, his shaded facial features, particularly as they contrast with the gloves. He's dressed as a dandy. He's wearing shined black shoes, checked pants, and a white morning coat, vest, and ruffled shirt. And his clothing is meant to evoke the feet posture of the stock minstrel character Zip Coon. And just, there's a pretty obvious comparison for you of Stratton as Tom Tit and Zip Coon. So Dread is Harriet Beecher Stowe's less well-known book. It was a theatrical adaptation of her anti-slavery novel of the same name, and it was produced by Stratton's manager, P.T. Barnum. The play is set against a backdrop of North Carolina's Great Dismal Swamp, the Black Maroon community therein, and the melodrama has a prominent fugitive slave narrative and discusses armed black revolt. In the play, Tom Tit, the character that Stratton is representing, is meant to inject blackface minstrel song, dance, and comedy into an anti-slavery melodrama that is politically quite ambivalent in its anti-slavery commitments. So so Dilworth, when he's advertising himself, let's see if we can go back a bit. When he's advertising himself as the African Tom Thumb, what he's doing is he's really engaging in a very multi-layered citation of Stratton, of disability in slavery and its aftermath, and also the co-articulated politics of blackface minstrelsy and sideshow. And this is also far more than one performance. So he returned to the African Tom Thumb and the African dwarf personas repeatedly throughout his career, always riffing on these same themes. This is language from a broadside advertisement for Kelly and Leon's Minstrels in 1870, and the broadside reads as follows, quote, "This wonderful nondescript was captured by the British soldiers in Abyssinia. His height is 38 inches, his weight is 192 pounds, circumference of chest 48 inches. During his wonderful performance, he will give a history of his capture, play a violin solo, sing a song, and perform a native dance." So while we know that Dilworth's citation of Stratton obliquely references the narrative of Dread, which again is a slave narrative, this broadside advertisement clarifies with the words, "history of his capture," that when Dilworth was performing as the African Tom Thumb or as the African dwarf for 16, 20 years, what he was actually performing were neo-slave narratives. So to parse the significance of these performances, we need to work from the ground of Dilworth's cripistemology, which is a term from Robert McGruer. And we need to parse that cripistemology from his own embodied knowledge as a Black little person. And to do so, I am working with a method I term archival double consciousness. Archival double consciousness is a historiographic methodology that is building off of Dennis Tyler's theorization of double consciousness in his 2022 book, Disabilities of the Color Line. It's a great book. Go read the book. Tyler persuasively positions double consciousness as an example of Black disability political consciousness, contending that it produces, quote, not only psychological trauma, but also corporeal and sensory disturbance. As a methodology, archival double consciousness reads Dilworth's repertoire as enactments of corporeal and sensory disturbance, and specifically perceptual disturbance. So in what follows, I will be looking at professional calling cards, which were called carte de visite, and also a photograph to detail how Dilworth, how he's really warping white supremacist and ableist perceptions of space, size, scale, and time, particularly of the Black disabled body mind. So this is a framed carte de visite of Dilworth. Again, carte de visite are kind of like collectible baseball cards, but with like cool celebrities on them. They had very standard aesthetics. They showed a celebrity in their professional dress. They were photographed in this portrait modality. They were in a studio that was dressed with furniture to make it look like a middle-class parlor. And you can note that the woodcut that you saw, the first image, is really mimicking this carte de visite. So in this, and then in dozens of similar images, however, there is a deviation from some of the expected norms of the carte de visite genre. So namely, as the chairs and tables are designed for able-bodied sitters, Dilworth is using those props to perform an aesthetics of access. So in this image, we see Dilworth centered in the carte de visite. He's resting his right forearm on a, that was my Boston accent, sorry everyone. He's resting his right forearm on the accompanying side table. He's leaning into and onto it to support his stature, and his lean is stressing the relative smallness of the table, playing up his height. In theater, we always call this pulling status. He's doing a really great job of it in this image. The same posture was very frequently mimicked by able-bodied men. However, they would be leaning on a podium. And so here he's kind of repurposing the side table as a podium to play with our perception of his height. His three-piece suit is expensively tailored to match his height, and it underscores the proportionality of Dilworth's body. So he had a proportional form of dwarfism. And he understands that by doing so, he's really challenging a viewer's ability to clock his disability. Like his suit, his cane is a disability object that is built to size. And then finally, the camera, and I think this is the most interesting, has been positioned lower for this shoot. So the photographic apparatus has been scaled to the vantage point of disability. So holistically, these aesthetics of access plus the kind of quotidian setting of the studio work, I would argue, to normalize Dilworth's body. And importantly, the perceptual effect he's going for here is to really counter the one that's on display here in this earlier broadside that I showed you first. I'm going to go fast through this. So essentially, the point I want to make here is that there's a play with perception that's happening, right? He's meant to look quite large per the scale of a broadside, and then you notice the weird hat, and you're like, is he coming out of the hat? Is this like a birthday surprise? What's happening with the hat? And then you realize that the hat is meant to scale his body to show you that the hat is in fact a normal size, and he's rendered diminished, and I use that word pointedly, in comparison. And I refer to this as a technique we see all the time in both blackface and sideshow called racial diminishment, where this trope is used to demonstrate black inferiority, or it's also used where blackness is materialized to evidence disabled deficiency. So here I turn to another carte de visite, and here we have Dilworth in drag. He's wearing a remarkable ruffled gown, I have to say. He's got this floral lace situation happening. He has a floral and lace headpiece, a string of pearls. Notice he has white gloves, another disability object in the fan, and he's leaning very beguilingly on yet another side table. And I'm very sorry we don't have time to do a queer reading of this piece, but there is one, as you can imagine. So the optics here are working in direct contrast to those of the Dread broadside, and this is the point, yeah? That Dilworth activates a term that I describe as racial aggrandizement. And racial aggrandizement works by staging access to enact perceptual distortion. And my claim is not that the above images try to make Dilworth appear able-bodied. Rather, the point is that in a world where the routine aesthetics of these popular genres, and even just the everyday world, where they seek to exaggerate Dilworth's status as less than, racial aggrandizement is an aesthetic practice that counters diminishment through normalization, and that ironically works to magnify or scale up Dilworth's perceived size. Dilworth's performance of racial aggrandizement reveals ableist space, scale, and perception as deliberate distortions, and offers black disabled scale and perception as a corrective. His performance of racial aggrandizement proffers what Amanda Kachia describes as, quote, dwarf subjectivity, poised to offer a new experimental mode of thinking and being. To grasp how this works vis-a-vis economy of race, this is a photograph with him and the Kelly and Leon's minstrel troupe with whom he toured extensively. We have in this image 10 men. We have 9 men who are white and able-bodied, and we have 1 man who is black and disabled. The front row features 4 white men sitting in chairs, and Dilworth is standing. So this is another form of racial aggrandizement. Notice that instead of leaning on furniture, he's turned his white male colleagues into props, which I think is great. And I also want to point out that he's leaning center to pull focus in this image, and by doing so, he also changes the white scale of this photograph, which I think is really amazing. So actually the white scale is off, so the only face that we actually see in clear distinction is his face, and the face of his white colleagues are blurred. I have to stop. In conclusion, what I want to say is that, and by the way, this is also in the spirit of perceptual distortion, we'll just roll with it. To go back to his African Tom Thumb and dwarf repertoire, I characterize those as neo-slave narratives because they were fictional, post-emancipation performances by Dilworth that throw audiences back in time to chattel slavery so he could fill in the archival gaps, specifically the archival gaps of disabled Black performers who really didn't see any difference in the movement from from chattel slavery to emancipation. Like, some of their enslavers then just became their exhibitors afterwards. And essentially, the neo-slave narratives of the African Tom Thumb and the African Dwarf attest that in Reconstruction America, a disabled Black man was still living in the aftermath of slavery and along the disabilities of the color line. His routines dwarf white, able-bodied linear time, supplanting it with a racially aggrandized time scaled to the lived history and the subject of a living, narrating, singing, dancing, and fiddling Black disabled individual. Thanks.
Thanks, Caitlin. Our next speaker is Andrea Horbinski. Andrea holds a PhD in History and New Media from the University of California, Berkeley. She is the author of Manga's First Century, Creators and Fans Make Japanese Comics, 1905 to 1989, forthcoming this fall from the University of California Press. Woo. Her articles have appeared in Transformative Works and Cultures, Convergence, Internet Histories, and Macadamia. All right, Andrea.
While we wait for the technical side here, I just want to echo what everyone has said and say I'm so happy to be back for the 20th anniversary. BCNM was really crucial to me, I think, doing this project and also completing it. And I was really happy to find a home with the creative misfits, as Tom said. So yeah, I'm really glad to be here. And yeah, thank you again to all the organizers for putting it on. So yeah. So I have to apologize, my slides are extremely under-imaged. This is my second conference of the week, and copy edits for the book were due on Monday. So this is not as richly imaged as it could be. So what I'm going to talk about today is a bit of kind of the backstory of the book, and then also some of the conceptions and problems in the discourse that I encountered as I was writing it, and also as I'm finished now, they tell me I can't really alter the text anymore at this stage. It's like, damn. You know, what did it mean, and what contributions do I sort of hope it makes to the way people talk about manga? So, whose manga is it anyway? So, manga, as I think probably most people here are aware, is Japanese comics. That's maybe the only thing that people who want to talk about manga can really agree on. There's a lot of discourse and disagreement about where and when manga started. So in this slide, which is deceptively pictureful, there's three possible sort of origins of manga on here. On the left is Kibyoshi, what they call a graphic narrative, sometimes called a comic book by some scholars, from the Edo period, early modern Japan, 18th century. These took off as part of Japan's print culture, which was pretty extensive for a non-modern society. In the middle, the Hokusai manga. This is from 1831, one of his, I believe, 36 views of Mount Fuji, one of his series depicting Mount Fuji. Hokusai is a manga artist. He gets a lot of credit for having invented the word manga, which isn't true, but he did use it to describe his sketchbooks, basically, that were published for these incidental drawings. It originally meant spoonbill, the bird, in Sino-Japanese, and some people think that the bird foraging is where he's like, oh, the bird forages, I have these random images, this is the connection. I like birds, so I like that idea. And then on the right, we have a cover of the newspaper Someday supplement, Jiji Manga. Jiji Shimpo was a leading newspaper, sort of centrist, in the 1890s, founded by Fukuzawa Yukichi, who was a statesman and liberal thinker. In earlier days, he was sort of often called the Japanese Benjamin Franklin. Shout out to Philadelphia, if you're from there like me.
So Jiji Shimpo and Jiji Manga in particular has the distinction. The cartoonist on staff, Imaizumi Ippyo, was the first person to resurrect this Edo period term manga and use it to describe comics. So other ideas about origins of manga, since all of those and more have been proposed as the origins. On the left, we see a color-enhanced version of the cover of the first independent manga magazine in Japan, Tokyo Puck, which was published in 1905 by a guy named Kitazawa Rakuten. He had worked on Jiji manga. He took over the job from Ippyo, who died of tuberculosis quite young. He kept up using the term manga. And Rakuten, through the success of the magazine, became Japan's first professional cartoonist. It was a wild success. At the height of its popularity, it was selling 60,000 copies in 3 issues per month, and it was the first Japanese magazine that was distributed in China as well as other parts of, I believe, Korea as well, and Taiwan, Singapore, sort of through the kind of maritime networks of Asia. And for that reason, later issues also have English and Chinese in them. And on the bottom right, we have a translated version of Jigs and Maggie, which is not a well-known comic strip in the United States anymore. But at the time, by George McManus, it was a wild hit. And it was debuted in Japan in 1923 in a translated version. First it was called Jigs and Maggie, and then after the 1923 earthquake, it was called Oyaji Kyoiku. And then up on the top right, we have yet another candidate for origins of manga, which is Shin Takurajima, New Treasure Island. It is an Akahon manga. What that is won't detain us in this presentation. But the art was done by Tezuka Osamu, who I believe most people have probably heard of as the artist who did the comic that became Astro Boy and the inventor of television anime. And those things, I think, are all true. So, question is, all of these have been proposed as origins of manga. So what's at stake here? And when I started writing this book, or the dissertation, to me, this idea that manga had these pre-modern origins seemed obviously false. And yet also, looking at the documentary record, the idea that manga began, say, in 1947 after the war with Shin Takurajima was also obviously false. Because Tezuka himself had said many times, you know, he was born in 1928, he grew up reading manga as a child, he was well known for having this huge library because his parents were quite wealthy. So it was like, he can't have started manga because it already existed. So why is this argument happening? So on the one hand, it's obvious that when manga begins, it's about how it relates to Euro-American comics, which is a way of saying it's about how modern Japan relates to the so-called West. And this idea has really been taken forward in this book on the right, which came out, I believe, in 2022, saying that, you know, this makes the claim that Jigs and Maggie, Oyaji Kyoku, is where manga starts. So, you know, even though manga had been published in Japanese newspapers and magazines for 30 years before this translated comic strip appears in 1923, that doesn't matter, and manga really starts here, and specifically the scholar in question, Ike Exner, making this argument that it's the use of sound effects in what he calls transdiegetic elements, so speech bubbles, representations of sound within the manga that really makes manga manga. But this also sort of falls apart when you look at the documentary record, because, you know, in Tokyo Puck, Rakuten's magazine, people were using speech bubbles as early as 1908. Rakuten had a number of assistants on the magazine. They read international comics magazines on the break. They saw speech bubbles. They thought, that's a cool trick. Let's use it. And Rakuten himself and Ippyo before him, they really wanted to create manga as this separate form of highbrow political art, political cartooning, to get away from what they saw as a sort of debased, sort of hybridized legacy of what they called ponchie, or punch drawings, which were a combination of sort of British cartoons popularized by a guy doing the Japan Punch, a magazine that was aimed at foreigners living in Yokohama. That was picked up by Japanese newspapers and magazines starting almost immediately in the late 1860s. And so you got this ponchie hybrid, which was using Edo period techniques to get around censorship, combining that with these so-called punch drawings, satirical cartooning techniques from Britain and France. Ipyo and Rakuten didn't like that, and they used manga as this highbrow political idea. So for them, they saw themselves as part of this international comics tradition. Tokyo Puck, the magazine title, is a clear gesture to that, since Puck was a three-country magazine at the time that was wildly popular. Britain, America, and Germany each had their own editions. And one of Rakuten's comics mentors, an Australian, actually, Rakuten got his first start when the Australian guy left Japan and sailed to America to work at Puck for the rest of his life. So, to me, reading this book, I was like, this is basically just Orientalism, not even techno-Orientalism. The argument really does boil down to the Asians are copying the Westerners, and the implication is that they're incapable of innovation, and that these native comics forms, which had developed between Tokyo Puck in 1905 and then newspaper comic strips in 1923, the argument is that doesn't matter. And also I think ignores the fact that Japanese people themselves chose to import Jigs and Maggie. It wasn't imposed on them by outside force. It was in the zeitgeist. A guy was in DC for the 1919, I believe some of the negotiations around the League of Nations. He saw these strips in newspapers there and was like, we should have those. Those are cool. At the same time, the post-war arguments also, they have their own agendas. If you say that manga started after the war, say in 1947, you can try and get around the fact that the war existed and that manga, was propagandized and made to serve the state during the war. You can also, if you are an unrepentant leftist and somewhat polemical critic named Otsuka Eiji, whose book cover is here on the left, you can also use it to argue that manga and anime are, quote, an unholy alliance of Eisenstein and Disney. They are irrevocably fascist, and that they are therefore promoting right-wing thought to audiences even now. Which to me, I think, Otsuka goes directly from pre-modern art to the late 20s, skipping again all this other stuff in the middle, which I argue mattered. And he also ignores a whole bunch of other kinds of manga that existed at the same time, just as Exner does, which were different and had different trajectories. But at the same time in the 1920s, mangaka themselves began to argue not that manga was part of this international comics tradition, that it came from, the examples came from outside Japan, but that it did have this, history stretching back to pre-modern, ancient classical Japan. And this is, this denying of these transnational connections, or trying to play them down, or trying to say that our manga goes back further than those Europeans' cartoons does. This is a form of cultural nationalism, and also a response to the international political and racial economy of the 1920s, in which Japan, despite its empire in Asia, was famously snubbed at the Peace of Versailles, and their anti-racist resolution was outmaneuvered by Wilson. And really at that point they start to realize that the white people are never going to acknowledge them as equals. So manga itself, trying to sort of create this invented tradition in the late 20s, is part of that racial political economy too. So I think, that was then, this is now. And there are, I think, more sort of productive frames to talk about this. Historians and art historians have talked about modernity, modernization, modernism in Japan. A lot of times people tend to default to these ideas of imports, influence, origins, which can have the effect of framing Japan as the object and the West the subject. But I think that sort of ignores the reality of cultural exchange and human creativity. Manga creators throughout manga's development, they took what they needed or what they thought they could use in their own local context from Euro-American comics, and they adapted it to that local Japanese context. And manga then continued developing independently from there. They weren't just sitting around, doing the same thing and waiting for the next innovation to come from the West. And I think that independent development is what has given manga its particular traits that make it so globally appealing now. it's not the commonalities that make, everybody go out and watch Jujutsu Kaisen and Demon Slayer and One Piece. It's the unique parts of the Japanese, whatever you want to call it, vibes, we'll say perhaps just for time's sake, that really, I think, draw in the audiences, which are based in material realities, which you could read more about in the book, of material realities of audiences, creators, all these other things. So you have a situation where manga and anime, in Jacqueline Bernst's phrase, they have Japanese particularities with transnational traits. And just because I had to throw this in, this is a cover done by Rakuten for GG Manga in the 20s. And it looks quite like that one meme, if you realize. So there's the flapper in the front, and the husband in the middle, and then the traditional wife. So Rakuten got there first, guys. I saw that, and I was like, I had to sit there for like 5 minutes. I was like, wow, there is nothing new under the sun. But of course, Rakuten was very sexist, so for him this was bad. Since I know that we are getting close to the limit here, more recent scholarship has used such ideas as transfiguration, has talked about parallel modernisms, acknowledging that in each country that had modernism, that it developed independently. So we should think about them as sort of existing together like galaxies, related like the soap bubbles perhaps, as opposed to one thing at the same time. People also talked about curation, adaptation, and transformation, which is what I used because I sort of didn't want to get bogged down in theorizing. But again, this is part of a transnational sort of flow of media forms, and ignoring that it was also kind of, I think, unhistorical and doesn't do any good. So another example here of Centerfold from Tokyo Puck by Rakuten, after he saw La Voyage dans la Lune in 1905, after its release in Japan, he then drew this centerfold, showing people doing the movie. So it was pretty cool, I think. And I want to say that I think, the new media lenses that I learned here really sort of informed the book and how I wound up tackling this. It's focusing rather on manga audiences and fans, rather than just creators and the industrial perspective. I think emphasizes the importance of the local conditions in manga's development. And I think also considering manga as a way, as a history of media forms relating to one another, also eliminates the key role played by, again, that local context, such as the Japanese form of kamishibai, which is also hyper-modern and influenced by Eisenstein. So I've got to shut up now. But you can read more in the book, which actual title is here, and this is the cover. So it will hopefully be out in the fall or a little bit later. And thank you all so much.
What an awesome cover. Okay, our final speaker is Vincente Perez. Vincente is a poet and scholar working at the intersection of poetry, hip-hop, and digital culture. He is currently a PhD candidate in performance studies and a dissertation fellow at UC Berkeley. He holds a BA in anthropology and comparative race and ethnic studies from the University of Chicago. He was a Lyman Fellow in New Media in 2024 and a Race and Digital Justice Fellow at the Center on Race and Digital Justice. His debut poetry chapbook, Other Stories to Tell Ourselves from 2023, won an Eric Hoffer Finalist Award. His poems and research have appeared in Association of Internet Researchers, Decipher, Black Notes on Culture and Criticism, Obsidian, BAM PFA, and more is forthcoming. Welcome, Vincente.
All right, everybody, good afternoon. I'm going to jump right in. The abstract is in the program if you have it. I was going to start there, but everybody's running out of time, so it looks like I don't have time to give an overview. I'm going to jump right in. My name is Vincente Perez. I write on anti-Blackness, Black creative expression, and performance. I specifically argue that anti-blackness is a structuring force of the modern world. It is not just simply being mean to black people. It's not just racism that happens to black people. It is the structure of the modern world itself. My dissertation is Sonic Blackness, Hip-Hop Poetics, where I argue that rappers and poets are sonic practitioners. And I believe that they sound blackness outside of the dictates of liberal humanism. So mostly I believe that they are trying to counter the logocentrism inherent to Western modernity. So who is Doechii? My paper is titled, You Know Exactly What It Is, Obtuseness, Misogynoir, and Sonic Direct Address in Doechii's Boom Bap. Doechii, born Jayla Hickman, is a multi-talented rapper, singer, songwriter, born in Tampa, Florida in 1998. She had many creative talents. Although she had begun to make music professionally in 2020, she quickly rose to fame in 2023 following the release of What It Is, her first single that was able to chart on the top Billboard 100. After signing with TDE, Top Dog Entertainment, the label known for acts such as Kendrick Lamar, SZA, J-Rock, and more, she began working on her mixtape Alligator Bites Don't Heal, which featured the song Boom Bap, which I will be focused on today. Alligator Bites Don't Heal represents her longest and most complete project thus far. It won the incredible feat of Best Rap Album in 2025 and garnered multiple awards since then. She describes her background while touring for this album as that the tour actually represents an immense amount of personal growth for her. She said, I did a lot of studying myself and as a student of hip-hop, which you can see reflected in some of the academia looks that I wore on the tour, which you can see on the cover album artwork, as well as her sets when she was touring. It's forever changing, she says, of her fashion style, so I would have to say it's eclectic, but always cunt, she says, of her personal style. If you know, you know. I will come back to this idea of if you know, you know later, but it's important to frame the surrounding background before Boom Bap enters the scene. She has made songs that have pop, house, and R&B vibes, prompting many to criticize her erratic and varying approaches to sound. The industry, fans, and critics were convinced that Doechii was not properly following the trend that popular rap stars gained success with. The product, her music, wasn't stable, and the brand was constantly shifting, prompting many to call for her to abandon the singy pop stuff and get back to real rap. Boom Bap is her direct response to the haters. Probably should have had this screen up as I was saying all that. Give you a little bit of time. I'll note the last item there. Dark skin, bisexual. One of her lines says, hi, my name is Doechii with 2 eyes. I think I like girls, but I think I like men. Doechii is a dick. I never fit in. This is her approach. Boom Bap.
Boom bap, rap, rappity rap, rappity rap, boom bap, 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 bap. They said they can't, but they said they want me to rap. They want real rap from a bitch, like they out rapping a bitch. Yeah, she could clap a little bit. Do that, they ain't saying shit. That ass a magnet, I get it. You know, attractive and shit. I just can't sing a little bit. I mean, that shit was a hit. You know exactly what it is. The choir gon' sing what it is. Top 100, what it is. Numero uno, what it is. Favorite song, what it is. Turn me on, what it is. Even the moms know what it is, but y'all niggas can't see what it is. What the fuck is it? What it is, what the fuck is it? Boom bap cap, boom bap rap, boom bap cap, boom bap. Get top on the phone, tell him it's a rap, nigga. Get top on the phone, tell him it's all rap, nigga. Say it's real and it's rap, and it boom, and it bap, and it bounce, and it clap, and it's house, and it's rap. It's everything. I'm everything. Gave my soul to this shit, 8 lumps of cold for this shit. Went on the road for this shit, played humble for this shit. Mugs, people, gold for this shit. Might call J. Cole for this shit. I'm with the bull in the shits. I'm going home with the shit. Get top on the phone. Get him on the phone.
so much. So many fans and cultural critics refuse to acknowledge the unequal footing on which black male rappers and black female rappers operate. I seek to move conversations away from questions of good or bad representations of black women and instead push us to consider how misogynoir is a structural force that seeps into all aspects of hip-hop. Rather than focus on the limited sample of black women rappers who made it nonetheless, I seek to explore the ways that misogynoir drives the libidinal economy of hip-hop itself. Misogynoir is the libidinal force that drives hip-hop fan culture from the music blogs to the party scene. I work within the definition of misogynoir that Moya Bailey has outlined and argue that misogynoir haunts the industry and culture. Misogynoir levered at black women rappers seeps into the sonic register because fans don't want to hear anything else black women rappers have to offer and refuse to grant them the freedom to explore other genres enjoyed by black male rappers. Hip-hop fans come to expect to hear music that caters to a notion of real hip-hop, or as Regina Bradley has termed, black masculine cool, which creates a unique pigeonholing effect for black women rappers. The pigeonholing effect is that black women rappers are expected to operate within a binary of either being a conscious rapper or engaging in ratchet rap, which actually both appeal to the male gaze and makes them wholly subject to the politics of respectability. These two categories are a double-edged sword. The label conscious attempts to sever black women from their pleasure and their capacity to use rap as a form of erotic play. Additionally, black women who opt to perform ratchet rap, on the other hand, are accused of hypersexuality, which renders them available to harm and without protection. The fact that many fans seem to want to pigeonhole black women's sonic hip-hop culture as either conscious rap or ratchet rap minimizes the labor that black women rappers put into their work and tends to render their work as less valuable and interesting than their male contemporaries. This creates an impossible situation where black women rappers are discredited no matter which decision that they make as an artist. So, again, do real rap. They want real rap from a bitch. So I want to be thinking about this idea of real hip-hop as a form of what I call a fanish investment. And it's a preoccupation with only certain representations of the cultural form of hip-hop, which has many variations. Black male rappers can do any form of rap and be considered real hip-hop, while black women continue to have their cultural labor stalled by notions of authenticity and cultural values that are misogynistic at best and downright violent and hateful at worst. These preferences and tropes create an oral imaginary, and this is Roshan Aksheshti's work, where black masculine cool and misogynoir are socially reproduced as fan engagement itself, and black women rappers become pigeonholed in these fanish expectations. Which helps me think about consumption of the media and not just the artists themselves that make it. So on the idea of eating the other in the libidinal economy, for the sake of time, I can't go through all the right authors, but you could read Safia Noble, you could read Andre Brock, and you could also definitely read Frank Warburson. When considering racial formation in the United States, it is crucial to clarify how the transatlantic slave system continues to haunt the present experience of race, gender, and sexuation. Black females have historically been labeled as sexually aggressive, masculinized, and ungendered, and this is Spillers, and other misogynistic ideas that suggest that black females cannot be harmed or raped or attain the protected status of society that society automatically grants to white women. As black feminists have urged us to consider since the 1970s, normative sexual politics leave black female sexual agency under-theorized at best, or in most cases completely ignored. In Black Looks, Hooks devotes an entire chapter to this idea, looking at the way the term pussy has been a synecdoche that severs whole interpretations of black female sexuality and black female personhood and instead focuses on the one thing, pussy. She writes, "This is certainly the challenge facing black women who must confront the old painful representations of our sexuality as a burden we must suffer, representations still haunting the present. We must make the oppositional space where our sexuality can be named and our sexuality can be represented, where we are actual sexual subjects, no longer bound in traps." And in this chapter as well, which you see on the screen, Hooks wrote, "The overriding fear is that the cultural, ethnic, and racial differences will be continually commodified and offered up as new dishes to enhance the white palate. And so, what I'm arguing here and why I'm evoking Hooks is that Hooks in 92 is making an early argument about the cultural market itself, consumption. I would argue also the libidinal economy, which is that the libidinal economy can have tangible impacts on the way that a media object is taken up in popular culture by those who sell and circulate it, as well as the fans who buy it and create affective relationships with the media object themselves. In this case, hip-hop, the cultural form, and the objects themselves, such as singles. So I believe that Doechii intentionally counters this process through Black feminist direct address. Boom Bap is a sonic performance of Black feminist direct address where Doechii refuses to let misogynoir and masculinist standards disrupt her ability to do music however she pleases. Doechii uses many different performative strategies, oral performative strategies, sonic performance strategies, I might add, like I'm everything and you know exactly what it is, to disturb audience expectations and expose the restrictive tropes that undergird both fanish and industry-specific critiques. For example, despite the song being a single for her album, the song actually, even though it's supposed to, again, be the single that helps promote the album that gets a lot of sales, the song abandons many of the traditional elements of hip-hop singles, namely an idiosyncratic delivery style that's complete with partial phrases. They said, you want me to... interruptions, self-interruptions, and also blowing raspberries, along with the actual things like auto-tune vocals and glossolalia, which is another fancy term for speaking in tongues, and you've seen the actual speaking in tongues quote that was added to the video. I would argue that all of these effects together seem to distort rather than enhance the listening experience. Y'all want real rap from a bitch like y'all out rapping a bitch. You know exactly what it is. So these phrases are a direct retort to the disingenuous engagement that she receives from fans, critics, and other listeners who refuse to understand her work as spanning multiple genres. Her talent has obviously been asked to be fit into a box, and she points out not only the confines of this box, but also destroys the mold itself by intentionally directly addressing not just the fan, but also the critics in the industry itself through a song that's supposed to be a hit, a single, but turns into a sonic critique, a treatise, one could say. You know exactly what it is also a refrain, a central motif in her work where she harkens to her 2023 single, What It Is, where, again, she's engaged in more pop-ish, R&B, singerish approach to her music. The song, What It Is, when she says, you know exactly what it is meant to show people, again, this thread line. It's a central refrain. In the original song that she's quoting, What It Is, Doechii is also doing the work of showing her deep listening practice as she is interpolating a refrain from a raunchy 2004 hit, Some Cut, by Trill and Trillville, which features an emblematic example of black male rappers' ability to perform sexuality. Quite explicit, feel free to look it up on your own. No children should be around. There had to be a radio version as well as the explicit version. They are quite literally very different songs, and so to be interpolating this song, to be thinking about herself, her own sexuality, and then years later be critiquing everyone for not letting an artist stand in the midst of all that, is why she's trying to say, basically, black male rappers are allowed to do whatever they want. You know exactly what it is. When I'm being sexy, I'm being sexy. When I'm doing hardcore hip-hop, I'm doing hardcore hip-hop. You know exactly what it is. I believe that Doechii is engaged in a form of revolutionary sonic praxis because of the specific way that she intervenes in the listening process through sound. And she offers a radical alternative for her fans, black creators in general, and black feminist modernity specifically. And these are terms from Brooks from 2020. Doechii's lyrics function as a form of affective technology, such that Doechii offers another way of hearing, reading, theorizing, and making the modern. In the liner notes to Revolution, Brooks outlines how black women have been improvisational musicians from Esther May Scott to Solange, and they've revolutionized entire music industries by charting their own past through their listening, such that they reframe archaic philosophies of the self, born out of high enlightenment thought that never had them in mind. I claim that Doechii is a contemporary example of this process, and that she engages in a form of sonic curation. I draw on this because it clarifies the stakes of Doechie's black feminist directed dress as a form of sonic praxis, for it sees black women rappers as cultural workers engaged in a labor of care. On the idea of Zora Neale Hurston writes in Black Death on the topic of knowledge, we Negroes in Eatonville know a number of things that the hustling, bustling white man never dreams of. He is a materialist with little care for overtones. They have only eyes and ears. We see with the skin. And then later on, she ends that passage, but the Negroes knew instantly, and the white folks never knew and would have laughed had anyone told them. He who only sees with his eyes is very blind. I remind you that Doechii sonically addresses the listener and says again and again and again, you know exactly what it is. This is an example of the black radical vernacular. Here's a quote about this process, but I don't have time to go through it. I just want to repeat this here. You know exactly what it is. In her own words, she says, when I said everything, I screamed it because this is what I'm trying to say. I make house music. I make trap music. I'm everything, and that's okay, right? I was really angry with the height of people saying, we don't really get it. We don't get her. She makes Persuasive, but then she makes a song like Crazy, and it's rage rap. The hit right now is Anxiety. Who are you? Do you even know who you are? She says about this. It's confronting myself. Well, shit, do I? I know exactly who I am, she's basically saying. I'm everything, and you know exactly what it is. Don't be obtuse. Thank you.
Okay, come on up. Speakers, thank you so much. Oh, thanks for mics here. You too, Caitlin? Okay, can we have Naomi, or? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, that's fine. All right. I'll email Naomi and tell her about our Q&A. Okay, I just have some quick thoughts to share about, the themes that cut across the panels, and then we'll open it up to questions from you. So I really appreciate the attention to racial politics through popular media and performance cultures that all of our brilliant speakers, really dove into. What are the racial politics of these forms? I thought this panel was a lot about power. Who has the power to represent? What is a minority or non-Western performer's or artist's power to represent themselves? Where can they find that representational power, and how can they deploy it when there's nothing sort of given? There's very little sort of presented to them as an opportunity to do that. I thought there was also, Oh, okay, great. Hi, Naomi. I'm just doing my reflection, my response to the panel, and then we'll have you answer some questions, if that's okay. I thought this was also about perspective. There was a lot about, how from one perspective, in Naomi's talk, a lost language doesn't sound like anything. It doesn't sound at all. Or, in Caitlin's presentation, a black performer doesn't look normative in any way. Or in Andrea's presentation, a Japanese comic only looks like an American comic. It doesn't look original, it looks like a copy. Or in Vincente's presentation, Vincente showed Doechii's video where there's that zoom out that Stuart also talked about in his presentation. That looks like she's standing in front of this kind of tennis green screen, but then she's standing in a junkyard, then she's standing in an orchard. So there were so many plays on perspective through all four papers. That was so interesting. I mean, it's very Jonathan Crary, it's very much about like the power of the eye, or Martin Jay, like the power of the eye seizing reality, defining reality from where you stand. I also thought about the haters. I thought all four of these papers were really about the haters. And I'm always about fandom, and everyone knows that about my work, but like at least half of any work on fandom is about hateration. That's what doing fan work is, and so in Naomi's paper there's this kind of insistence that minorities don't have to assimilate, that they don't have to sort of let the lost be lost, but they can reckon with that loss in movement and sound. And in Caitlin's paper there's this idea that Dilworth was responding to the people that wanted to racially diminish him. And, I love that term racial aggrandization as the response to that. And in Andrea's paper, there's a response to the people that want to reduce Japanese manga to something derivative. And in Vincente's paper, there's Dochi's, response to all her misogynoiristic critics. And I really love this idea that Vincente put forth of making the modern, theorizing Dochi. I think there's a lot about modernity and postmodernity in all four of these papers. These notions of curation and of sort of pulling from different sources have a lot to do with the postmodern, which can even be, in Andrea's ideas of transformation, of bringing together galaxies touching like soap bubbles. It's also a very postmodern concept of making. So even postmodernism avant la lettre, postmodernism before the actual movement of art started, I think, is through this panel. And I do feel like once we start looking at audiences and responses to audiences, we're already in the language of postmodernity. So even if we're talking about the 19th century, we're already in that register. And finally, I just wanted to point out the attention to costumes and to dress that go through all four of these papers. Naomi's collective's ritual-like costumes, Caitlin's, emphasis on the dandy outfit and the drag also, although you weren't able to really dive into that for us, but we will read your book and learn all about that. Andrea's great meme of the flapper versus the woman in the traditional costume, and really all through your images there was a heavy emphasis on dress, I thought, and of course Dochi's amazing, as she has exploded into a hyper-visible leading celebrity, she has done so in the dress of the preppy, in the dress of the academic, as you said, which is really notable, and people are paying a lot of attention to almost like this reclamation of the Hilfiger thing, So that's really great. So those were just all my thoughts, a bit disjointed, but I found a lot that was very rich and very citable, in all of your work. So thank you for a tremendous panel. So I think we'll start. When are we going till, Jacqueline? What's our end time? Okay. Yeah, okay, that sounds good. So I think we should give you the opportunity that all the other panels had, which was for each of you to say briefly what the origin of your work is, and where this project came from for each of you. So Naomi, do you want to kick us off?
Thank you. Yeah, I feel like I was talking throughout about the origin of my work, but since I didn't really get a chance to show so many pictures due to the limitations of Zoom and sharing, I'll just share this image, which is the tarima. I think you all can see it. I'm under the tarima, and you were talking about costumes. So the tarima, which is a foot drum that's used in the Afro-Mexican tradition of fandango, actually emerged from the prohibiting of the hand drum to enslaved peoples. And so while some of us are not actually practitioners of fandango, we use the tarima as a form, as an extension of our bodies. In this case, I became like, I was thinking about crocodile reptilian movement in terms of the migration story through centuries and underwater. Basically, the idea of the underwater knowing as an unknowing, that is important for us to think about, like in the context of all the things I was saying. But just to talk about the ways that we are drawing on these multiple traditions and creating a new kind of syncretism or a vocabulary that is syncretic and that allows the complexity of our stories to be told.
Nice, thank you. Caitlin?
Thanks. Okay, so this is not actually from my book project. This is from my next project.
Nice.
So when I was doing my dissertation, I did a lot of work on race and disability, and then to be really blunt, I found that once I was out there in the working world at a university, no one was really interested in my disability work at all. And people didn't really have the political will to make undergraduate classes or graduate courses. There was just not a lot of traction. So I took a lot of my disability work and I kind of paused it for quite some time to work mostly on Sound and Race, which is the current book project. And then what happened over the time between when I finished my degree and now, which is almost a decade, is that we built larger disability research networks, and which has really facilitated the ability to start working on this project again. So this was actually someone who was part of my original dissertation, like in the conclusion, because I didn't know what to do with him. And I found that it took me about a decade and a number of archival visits, but then I started to figure out what he was doing. And I started really working on this because I had the opportunity, because I had colleagues who were putting together a special issue on disability performance histories. It's going to come out in Theater History Studies sometime next year. And I wanted to take all this material I'd been building for the last decade, and I wanted to publish it with the people that I liked, for the community I cared about. And so, yeah, sometimes you do a project because you care about the community you want to be in conversation with. And that's how.
As I said, this started as my dissertation. As my advisor was like, you should just write a history of manga. You'd be good at it. And I was like, yeah, you're right. But there's been, that was 2011, and I started really writing in the autumn of 2014. And now it's 2025. I think it's very astute, Gail, that you picked up on the sort of postmodern way that I talk about it now. Because actually, in the middle of the project, or started maybe the final third, I started realizing I kind of need to write a book on the postmodernist history. Because trying to get historians to pay attention to things after 1970, at least here, was really hard. And I was like, guys, it's 2015, it's 2017, like a lot has happened. So I think, definitely, and being in fandom, being in science fiction fandom, really sort of influenced the way I looked at the whole project. And realizing, that like sort of fanish practices like had pre-postmodern equivalents, and that those played a really important role in manga's development, I think that was also a sort of key set of insights. Before I really start on like writing a book about the postmodernist history, I actually have a plan to write a short book on like doujinshi, which are amateur comics, which is really, I think, fundamentally founded on the existence of the Xerox machine, in a way that I think really probably is influenced by my time here. So yeah, I think it came from being a person who spent too much time on the internet and who wrote a lot of fan fiction and did a lot of fan vids, and looked back in the archive and found people just like me, in the 20s and 30s and at other times. So yeah.
Nice. Vincente?
Thank you for this question, Gail. I'll start with two responses. The first one is that I listen to music, and anybody who's around me has to suffer me stopping it and saying, did you just hear that? And so I have to repeat it and repeat it again. So I take lyrics and make people understand what's deeper inside of them. And then I realized that this is kind of a lot of what my dissertation was. And so the second answer was one, I'm insufferable about music. Two is that I have a wonderful mentor, Gail, who suggested through the New Media Working Group that with her concept of the media crease, that my work on Black women rappers was about not just, again, the music, but the way the music was circulating. And so my dissertation is a little bit more about poetry and hip-hop poetics. And so this work, you heard me say no name because I have a paper that's going to get published with the New Media Working Group and Gail's idea of the media crease. But I'm extrapolating from that because my second project is going to be a little bit more about how media itself circulates. So I mentioned that Alligator Bites Never Heal is a mixtape,
And within the music industry, the rap industry specifically, the idea of the mixtape has a particular kind of a form and function. It kind of is not in the attention economy in the same way other things are. And so I'm also a poet, so I've been thinking about the chapbook and the way that that circulates as different from other books in the literary kind of community. So with the second project, I'm trying to think about how media circulates from this new media lens. First one's like going to be all about like hip hop poetics, poetry, and like Western metaphysics, and how Black sound tries to abandon logocentrism. And the second project's going to be about the media circulating itself.
Nice. And this book that Vincente is alluding to, The Media Crease, which is on media and repetition, is a project of our working group, The Color of New Media, and we just signed the contract for that with Bloomsbury Academic yesterday. So we're so excited to finally bring out that work, which was born of COVID lockdown and everybody just being really sad and wanting to find ways to work together, even if only on Zoom. Okay, let's please have some questions from the... Let's take one question from the audience. Yes. Okay, Reggie.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, everybody. It's fantastic to be here and fantastic presentations. And sorry, Naomi couldn't be here as well. I'd love to see you in person. Vincente, so this question kind of touches on Caitlin and Vincente's presentation. Dochi without the visuals, I don't think is scrutable, right? The visuals that they present are core to their practice. So I'm wondering about the multimodal aspects of the art here, and so I pushed that back to Caitlin. I'm interested in the aborted sound studies project in that. So, and yeah, how are we listening to these images? How are we seeing the music?
You know, so originally Thomas Stillworth was in my dissertation because I was really obsessed with his prima donna performances. Which is, prima donna performances are where a blackface minstrel is in drag and then sings something as a woman, and then has this big reveal where they drop probably an octave to be like, look, I can do it. I can't do it anymore. But I actually don't have, I hate to say this, I don't have enough archival data on how he sounded to listen to him. And when I say that, I mean that like intensely, because the whole book project is called Ear Training for History, which is about how do we listen when we have no recordings, how do we listen through other ephemera, other mediatizations of someone's sonic practice. But I have been like looking for this guy for 10 years, and everything you saw up there was like me scrounging in hours for anything on him. Because he was a really great singer, but it doesn't seem like he innovated that much repertoire vocally. He was doing kind of what everybody else did. But in other ways, like the African Tom Thumb, African dwarf material, he was being really innovative there. And it was actually really challenging for me to agree that I was going to study him through visual perception and not through sonic perception. The sisters that I was going to write about, I am writing about them, but it's really challenging. Actually, the truth is that I'm trying to recreate a lot of their historical repertoire to see how they were singing in close harmony. And the reason I'm not ready to present that work is because I've had to like hand enter all of their sheet music into Sibelius so that I can like have a MIDI file to analyze how close harmony sounds very intimate, and I wanted to be able to listen to how they were doing that sonically. So archival problems, Reggie.
I'll just add in that, so my dissertation is titled Sonic Blackness, Hip Hop Poetics, and the reason why is because I believe that hip hop poetics really thinks about hip hop as a methodology and looks at all the pillars of hip hop. And so the question of multimodal has to do with the fact that hip hop was always a multifaceted, multimodal project. You know, now we might have the individual rap act, the individual rapper, but you know, when hip hop is founded, it's a party-centric culture. You have b-boys, graffiti. There's multiple different moments and examples of pillars in hip hop. And so, because of that, I wanted to take this hip hop methodology and apply it to poetics as well, because I don't believe that even when a black poet puts word on the page, that the only thing that's on the page is text. And so one of my big arguments in the book that I'm trying to abandon, like logocentrism, the dissertation and the manuscript, the big argument is that rhyme is an oral phenomenon. And so why are we only thinking about rap and poetry in terms of logocentrism, the text, and the black text on the white page? I think that there's a speaker in the poem, a literal speaker. There's also a presumed speaker. There's also kind of ways to look at all these things like metaphor, language, simile, like all these different literary devices. You can look at them in a different light if you think about sound and not just this is text on a page. And so there's just this idea that like archival research is always the one individual sitting down, poring over old literature that has like dust on it. But as I said with Doechii, you know, and it's like that happens too, you know, don't want to deny that. What Doechii says is she's a deep listener, right? And so if rappers are deep listeners, if poets are practitioners, sonic practitioners, if hip-hop poetry is about getting up on that stage and still having a presence, then I think that we need more frameworks for understanding that more is happening than just text on the page, and so that always includes multimedia. So nothing is unimodal. Nothing is one thing at a time. So I think it's an issue of just changing the frameworks.
Yeah, if I can just jump in on that too, I think comics are also, you know, inherently multimodal, which was one of the things that really early mangaka really wanted to be taken seriously as painters and have like this respect in the art academy in Japan, at which they completely failed. But you know, the notion of how manga sounds, I think, you know, the Exner book has focused a lot of really, you know, productive attention on the role of sort of sound effects in manga. And you can track how manga, like, literally gets louder over time. And particularly, the way manga sounds is interrelated with kamishibai, which is a whole paper street theater form. And then also, you know, which is interrelated with anime. And it's after the rise of anime in the 60s that manga starts getting, like, as loud as it is now, and that mangaka start innovating different ways to depict sound on the page, and then also use sound effects to represent not only sound but like emotions and ways of things happening that don't sound, that don't make sounds in real life, which is another thing that becomes like this distinguishing form, as opposed to, you know, comics in US comics, like they say boom, but they don't have like a sound effect for like, you know, when like psychological terror, you know, or, you know, things like that. So, yeah, like comics are also not, you know, modal and unimodal, as you said. So, yeah, it's a really interesting space to think about.
All right, great. Well, I think, Naomi, do you want to jump in on that last question?
I'm sure I can briefly. You were talking about multimodal, and of course the work that I'm doing is very multi. I mean, I'm thinking of it almost more at this point as transdisciplinary. So I opened my discussion with the idea that I'm using translation as a medium to go between forms. And so the importance of that idea of translation as medium is also that there's always a loss in the process, and rather than pretending that like covering up that loss, we're actually allowing it to become a presence which we contend with collectively. And the stakes of that is to be able to, in a time where grieving is actually just a constant, we are actually creating spaces for community to come together and to heal collectively through a process of sharing the grief of our solo experience of migration and loss.
All right. Thank you so much to our amazing panelists, our amazing scholars, researchers, artists. Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for coming to the first day.